It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
Ah, lovely. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is 7:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it is my great pleasure, as always, to welcome everyone to Day 15 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. Craigery just subscribed because Prince Justin gifted a Tier 1 sub to Craigery. Thank you, Prince Justin. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate it. And welcome back to the Arvanauts, Craigery. I appreciate that. What a great way to start off the stream. Thanks again, Prince Justin. It's very kind of you. And welcome, everybody, to Day 15 of D&D with I&B. This is Eberron, Oracle of War, the third protocol, and it's part 2 of the third protocol, actually. Thank you, Garlic Tofu, for the resub. Tier 1, 19 months of resubbage. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Garlic Tofu. Thank you, thank you. And so it is a great honor to be able to bring this to you as we are in the last section, by the way. We're not likely to finish this part tonight, but it is the last section of season 1 of Oracle of War. We'll be wrapping that up with the third protocol today. Not today, but we'll be wrapping it up as part of this section. So very excited to bring the Infinity and Beyond crew back to you for a second consecutive week. But before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and please subscribe to us over there as well. We're really trying to push that if we can. We're at 810 subscribers now. If we can get that up to 1,000 subscribers, we have all this extra flexibility and stuff that we can do. So we would love to be able to do that. It does not cost you anything to do it, but it will definitely help us out. So please consider doing so if you can. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And again, please make sure that you follow us over there because that also is really awesome and does all kinds of good things for us and allows you to hang out, as I said, with the other Arvanauts, which is always a good thing. That place is always hopping over there. Arv Tweets is my Twitter where you can follow. I will always post there when I'm going live or when other things are happening one way or the other in my professional or occasionally personal life. Again, that's Arv Tweets, and the website is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise. I am repping some I&B today, so you'll have a chance to see that. And then and also Adventures of Middle-earth, I should say, is another thing which is there too. I'm going to actually want to mention something very quickly about Adventures of Middle-earth and about 5e stuff in just a moment, but I'll talk about that in just a second. Don't let me forget. Then we've got, in addition to those things, Arv Treon, which is the Patreon, holding steady at 20 patrons, $198 per month. Again, we're trying to build this up because if we can get that back over 200 and heading back north again, that's another thing that will really help us in terms of supporting the channel. It is the thing that I get the most money from on the channel is the Patreon, and allows me to put that money back into various channel resources like that video and the awesome music and all the kind of stuff that you just saw. So that happens as a result of your support, and you can get good stuff for yourself individually as well. So please consider supporting us there or by subbing to the channel in the way that people have just done. Thank you again to Prince Justin for gifting a sub to Craigery. Thank you to Garlic Tofu for resubbing. All of this stuff also really helps the channel, and you can get inspirations to help the players. Also, you can get that from the Patreon, along with various emotes and sub badges and stuff like that to use everywhere across Twitch. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Athos and Alligator Alley will be part of my Grey Shade Kickstarter launching in June. It is going to be, the first book will be published, Grey Shade will be published by Athos Arts May 31st, and then 2 weeks later we will launch our Kickstarter for the latter 2 books in that series, and of course a tabletop role-playing game and an audiobook from our very own Trending Sparks. Very big project for me. I'm very excited about it. All the people involved are amazing, and it's a big deal for all of us, so please mark your calendars for that, because that's going to be a good time when that comes about. Grey Shade KS for that. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Quick note on schedule, and the quick note is that we are going to have, of course, as I said, Eberron Oracle of War D&D with I&B tonight. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern is the return of Soundclash the Clampdown. So the Rising Tides will be back with you with the amazing crew as we continue with that really, really cool game that I've been enjoying watching, and I hope you folks have as well. That is coming back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Then next week we have Adventures in Middle-earth on the docket, and we have Talisman Adventures over on GOG, and I should mention that we have gotten our 4th player to replace Tasty Chai, who had to step back because of family commitments, and so we have a new player that we're going to be introducing on Tuesday's session over at GOG during Pen and Pixels for Talisman Adventures, sponsored as always by Pegasus Spiele. So that's going to be a big deal, and then we'll be moving into Friday and Saturday. We've got the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month and all that kind of good stuff coming to you. And actually, while I mention that, we should, hey Light and Passion, and hello everybody, Don't forget about this. If you haven't done so already, please get in a vote there, because that is what I'm going to be playing in just, I think, next Saturday, I believe. And right now, the two games there are tied, The Last Express and Lost in Random. So get your vote in, because we're going to be closing that down in fairly short order. Okay, with all of that said, I am going to unmute myself and apologize profusely to whoever I may have just interrupted as I did so. And then I'm going to unmute them.
And we
last
get
but
to the
certainly
theater,
not least,
we're still singing the
I'm going
song
to
as
come
we're walking
to
down
here
through the aisles and everything. And there are
with
8
this,
seats lined up perfectly in the middle of the theater
like
that are empty. And so we're all wearing our Ren Fair garb, and we're finishing the song Man of War as we sit down in the
And what movie were they seeing?
We were seeing Three Musketeers when it
No,
debuted.
that was for the chat to figure
I'm
out.
sorry. I'm sorry. I screwed that up. I didn't mean to.
It was iRobot.
It was
Yes,
iRobot.
obviously. Renaissance garb is perfect for iRobot.
Right?
As you can see, the folks are ready to go. 2 quick notes before I let everyone introduce themselves and we get rolling. Number one, for personal reasons, John's not going to be able to join us tonight. John will be back with us next month. Everything's cool. John's fine, but he's not going to be with us today. So Alarian will be played ably, I suspect, by Tren, who will be, without the use of a vocoder, doing every aspect of his voice, with all that goes as part of it.
It sounds exactly like this.
Right, exactly.
Tren does not need a vocoder. He doesn't need a vocoder. That's how talented he is.
Needs no vocoder. So that's the thing with John. Secondly, I just want to make one quick comment, and I waited before coming over here with the rest of the crew to do this because I just wanted to make one note, and this is going to be something which Tren will appreciate playing in my Adventures of Middle-earth campaign, which is a 5e-based campaign. There was an announcement yesterday from Cubicle 7, which used to do the Adventures of Middle-earth and which now no longer has the license. That's now Free League Publishing, which has sponsored us for our Adventures of Middle-earth upcoming game in a few months. But when they were running it, Cubicle 7 did a lot of 5e-based stuff and a lot of not 5e-based stuff, systems on their own. So they just announced yesterday there's a new Doctor Who supplement that they're releasing, which is 5e-based, that comes out alongside a bunch of new stuff for their long-running Doctor Who game. And they made that announcement, after which they were promptly crapped on by much of the people who were just like, I don't know why you're doing another 5e thing. Have you heard of this system? Because blah, 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 blah. And the guy who is the creative director today posted this thing basically saying, this really kind of hurt, guys. Like, there's 3 of us who work on this thing, and it kind of sucks that we spent this much time with people who worked on the original Doctor Who TTRPGs, and this is the reaction we get. So the only reason I'm bringing this up here is that Tren and I play in a 5e-based system. I run multiple 5e-based systems. What we're playing right now is obviously 5e. I'm not saying that it is perfect in all systems to all people. I have played in many other systems. I run other systems. But can we please just let people enjoy things? And can we especially do that when you've got a company which is also already publishing a non-5e version and announced more expansions for that at the same time? Like, the idea that you're suddenly going to just, I guess you're just being bought out by, you sold out to the man, is so asinine and ridiculous. And most of all, it loses sight of the human beings who are actually developing these games and working really hard to do it. So I know that none of the people here, when the sound of my voice, would do anything like this, but I just wanted to publicly say 5e has, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it, okay? But please don't yell at people for liking things. It's a good system that does a lot of things well. And if you don't like it, there's other systems that do that too. And please remember the humans on the other side of the transom, as they always say, who actually built these things together. Sorry, I just wanted to say that publicly because we're playing a 5e thing and because Tren, the person I'm going to introduce first, plays in a 5e based thing with me as well with Adventures of Middle-earth. So with that said, Tren, I hope you're doing well. I hope all is okay with you. How are you? How's life? And who are you playing today?
Well, I was trying to finish my ramen before we I didn't quite get there, but that's okay. I've got time. Tangen's not really going to be doing anything other than working on the Oracle. So he's just going to be sitting there in a room all by himself while it continually tells him about the 3rd protocol. And he's just like, I know. It's like when I talk to crows in the park and I just carry on one half of a conversation and they call back at me and people are like, oh my God, can you actually understand that? I'm like, yeah, you can't. Anyway,
activated.
Exactly. See?
Damn it.
And that's when the people with the white jackets show up and go, Tren, we need to talk again.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm like, you guys let me go once, and I'm really. We didn't let you go. You escaped. It's well, if you were better at your job, whatever. No, Daryl, I'm not bringing you chocolate next time. Anyway, right. What was the thing? Yes, the other thing is another phrase that's a little more common, or at least a little more acceptable to younger people of today's generation. Don't yuck someone else's yum yum.
Right. That's a good
another way of.
I've never heard it said like that, but I like it.
I do.
That is cute.
Very efficient.
I do too.
I like it.
Yep.
I like it.
Now, Rob, given that expression that you're doing, it's not.
No, I was going.
Okay.
I was thinking, on another cast at another time, would that be considered a euphemism? Never mind. Let's move.
Could be done here too. Anyway, I'm playing a guy who looks a lot like me with a longer beard, and he's got a mechanical dog named Spanner. But the guy who kind of looks like me is a battlesmith. Artificer. I was like,
how does Spanner feel about peanut butter? Just out of curiosity.
It makes a terrible lubricant. Especially the chunky stuff, because it's not good. Now, if you get the really high quality stuff that separates, you can use the peanut oil as lubricant. That's okay, because it's also got a high smoke point, so it's fine. You hit him with Fireball, and that would anyway.
Crit Twitch is just like blinks, like what just happened here?
So he is. I was going to say he was an artillerist. I'm like, no, he's a battlesmith. That's not the same thing. But yeah, he's and I was about to say alchemist. He's also not an alchemist. He is an artificer. That's what it is. It's all the A's.
What else isn't he, Trent? Let's go through all the.
Well, he's not
let's make
telekinetic.
Sure we hit all the. Okay.
He's not like Weller. He is not telekinetic. Although the character that Laura Bailey plays in Critical Role, she is very telekinetic. And anyway. There was a point she was like, so I've got to cast a spell, but nobody knows because it's all psychic. So, there's no, and I'm like, she's been watching me play Weller. She knows it. Anyway, so
let me
name is.
Say that if anyone from Critical Role's cast is watching us on the regular basis, please introduce yourselves and thank you for stopping by.
Or more likely, do introduce yourself privately.
Yeah,
don't announce publicly that you're here, because
that's actually fair. Yeah, that's a good point.
So yeah, his name is Miatentin Tagashad de Kenneth Thane. No, that's a different 5e game. But yeah, he's his since we are introducing the feat that he took for level 4.
Yes, which you just hit. Level 4 is
the feat which he took. I will put in chat so that everybody can see it. Is sharpshooter.
Ooh, yeah. Let me go to the map here so we can see that full thing.
I know that one.
Sharpshooter.
It is delicious. My favorite part, especially given some of the things that Arv tends to throw at us, is that it ignores 1/2 and 3/4 cover. So the next time we get sniped climbing out of a giant mechanic's crotch, no, you're not going to be hiding from me.
In before you're like,
that'll be a weird one for people who didn't watch previous episodes. Anyway,
I know.
Moving on.
That's why we need to go back and just
before everyone is just like, you're like, what about this? I'm like, full cover. You're like, again? I'm like, yeah, sorry, complete full cover. Like,
they're not going to be able to shoot us very well, are they? From full cover, they got to jump out.
Good point.
Anyway, yeah. So there's that thing, and I realized I haven't used his infusions yet, so I'm going to be putting an infusion on his crossbow, so that it has repeating shot. So basically he fires, the arrow hits whatever it is, does its damage, disappears, and a new arrow automatically reloads, and the thing he just shoots again and again and again, and has infinite ammunition. I love it.
That's awesome.
It's gonna be
and
good
it's
times.
+1/+1, so it's going to be great.
And it gets us very close to the energy bow of the Ranger in the D&D cartoon.
Whose name is Hank.
Yes, whose name is Hank.
And one last thing.
Yes.
Because I rarely wax narrative, whatever, poetical. It's not poetical. Anyway, I noticed today while I was trying to find out the name of the little gnome guy from the Never Ending Story who uses the telescope to look at the Southern Oracle.
Yes.
Couldn't remember his name. And I don't remember why I was trying to look. Anyway, I want an animated GIF of him saying, "That's what everyone thinks." I really want to.
Oh yeah,
have that with the thing. That's going to be a meme that is just going to get used really well.
Everyone thinks.
But I realized when I was looking through the credits that the guy who does the voice for Falcor He was also the voice of Man-at-Arms and He-Man, which I knew, but I didn't know that he's also the Rockbiter and the Gamort and Cringer. And I'm like, what?
Wow. This is in the days where the
Holy
80s
crap.
had like 3 voice actors that did
Right.
everything. And like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So now, Marie.
Now we can bring this up to Marie. It is good to see you, Marie. I'm glad. As I was talking about, I won't get into this extensively. I'm just glad to know that Marie's home city is gradually being lifted from the occupation it's been under. I'm super glad about that, and fingers crossed that that continues. I have been thinking a lot about all my Ottawa friends up there, and so yeah, I'm very glad for that. I hope that you are feeling some of that relief a little bit, and either way, I hope that you are doing okay. How's life with you and who you're playing today?
Good. I just do want to say a little something about Ottawa, and it's interesting always seeing what's covered in the media and what isn't.
Okay.
But in case people thought that the action was located only downtown right now, with the police barricades pushing back the protesters, or the terrorists as we like to call them, there have been bomb threats called into like most of the hospitals and a bunch of different areas today, possibly to pull out police action from downtown. But just so there's a lot more happening in Ottawa than even we hear on the media, and it's very exciting. It's very exciting. But we are personally out of the action range. So we are, of course, our friends are affected. We are keeping safe and at home. And we are looking forward, so much forward, to having the city back. So to Ottawa becoming the beautiful, beautiful town that we love. And
really
it is my
Ottawa,
adopted town. Me too, it's my adopted town. I've been here since 2000. I've never lived in one town this long, not even Montreal. So this is like, I love Ottawa. So we have had no baked goods since a week ago. This
that
is
a travesty of this. Oh, I mean,
I cannot describe to you how distracting living in Ottawa is at the moment, except to tell you there have been no new baked goods for a week. So
it's a crime against everything. I don't know. To be honest.
Let that sink in.
Yeah.
Let that sink in, and then
the whole convoy should just be thrown in jail just for that reason alone. I'm telling you right now.
Like
Nothing
poor
else.
Carrie, she's a trooper. Yeah, but even she can only do so much.
Right.
But there we go. So next time I'll have better news, I'm sure. And aside from that, it's good. I'm happy to be here. This is exciting. A week apart, it's like I get to hang out with all of you again and beat on some people. I've got my my earrings, my stabby earrings, so I'm ready to.
All right.
Ready for action.
I don't know why. Everything's fine. I don't know what the problem is. You'll all be fine. It'll be all great. When you do stabby or whatever you do, who will you be doing it with?
I guess you want to know that too, right? I am Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar Bard, College of Swords, and I have taken with my 4th level this really cool feat called Thought Singer, which is specific to Kalishtar, and I can basically, instead of playing telephone tag all the time telepathically with all my buddies, I can now bring us all in together. So like, even if like Yana is like, I'm not participating in anything, I can just make sure she hears what everybody else is saying, and she's gonna love that.
Because Yana doesn't have enough voices in her head right now, so let's add more for sure.
Yeah, so I can do up to 6 people, and now my telepathy is up to 40 feet because it's 10 feet per level. Nice. So it is getting on the substantial side. I just have to throw it out there. I got this really cool spell. It's from the new Strixhaven?
Yes,
book?
Strixhaven, yeah.
Strixhaven. Close. Combine those two and you've got the right name. And it's called
Pick up Strix.
It's called Kinetic Jaunt, and basically you can like run around, and you get 10 feet extra movement, and I can run around and stab people and then get out of their threatened area without provoking an attack of opportunity. So Mérimée is very excited to be doing a little bit of dancing around.
Very cool, very flashy, very Mérimée. And yeah, and I should say that as Arudnell said, you can now host Zoom calls. I have to say that like so much of, if anyone who watched Curse of Strahd campaign might think to yourself that this seems awfully familiar, like this is something Django Lucky, played by John, used to do all the time with group stuff. And I feel like everything now in D&D has become, how can we create group chats? Because like we're just like, it's so, there's got to be a way to do it. And so Mérimée has discovered a way. But no, I'm very excited for that. And Mérimée is going to be doing some stabbing. I love the idea of the flashy swashbuckling type. Yes,
me too.
Sure, Marie.
Now, just to be clear, with the group chat, is I can still only talk to one person if I want. So my sister and I are still going to be like background gossiping the entire time.
Yes,
so.
Yes. No, I know.
Just
but
to be clear,
it's just the bulletin board method of the rest of it, right? Like you just
exactly. The others. when we need them, but like let's just be serious here. Like
The rest of y'all are read only. All right. But that's it's going to be interesting to see. But it's a pleasure to have Marie with us as always. And I should say very quickly that that this will apply to two of the people here, including the person I'm going to introduce next. That you should be ready, chat, because this summer, coming to potential events near you of the convention variety, you may see several authors that may be in attendance at several significant things at which I will also have a role. So I'm just letting you know that may or may not apply, he said mysteriously, to some people here. But always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Thank you, Marie. And as I said, John playing Ilarion today will be played by Tren. John will be back with us next month. Moving right on up the line is, of course, Jennifer Brozek. And Jen, it is good to see you. I hope all is well. I don't believe Seattle is under any occupation that I'm aware of at the moment. That's at least
No, but we're about
public.
to get snow again.
Oh, okay. So we got hit with a snow squall today, by the way, and it's been a while since I've been in one that was just like inch of snow in like 5 minutes. We got a little warning on the phone, and we're like, oh, that's not like a squall, and then just passed by. We're like, what the?
And then the sun came out afterwards,
exactly.
like right
And then
it
the
was
sun
like
came out,
5
like,
minutes.
10 minutes later.
I turned around once and it was over.
It was wild. Anyway, so you're gonna get snow, but otherwise, how are you, Jen, and who are you playing?
We do have a storm sort of gathering. We're doing the rain to the point to next week where I'm going to go to the rainforest where it's going to snow on me, which is going to be exciting.
All right.
I almost took telepathy as my feat, but because I'm always in my sister's head, or she's always in my head, I'm sure I can figure it out eventually how to do it. But instead, Nisiana,
You two are drift compatible.
we are. We absolutely are. And I'm not saying that I won't take telepathy at some point in the future, but my little halfling healer from the House of Healing has decided to take something called Bountiful Luck. And
Bountiful luck, huh?
that basically means, where's my thing? If you're within 30 feet of me, because I believe in you, once per round, if you roll a 1 on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, I can use my reaction and be like, oh, no. Eberron believes in you, and you can re-roll it. It means I can't roll my lucky that round. And I did say in the green room, it's not that often that we roll 1s. And I'm sure I have
Which
no
I took
curse
notes
on.
immediately of when that was stated, like time and date, so I could have a record of that reveal. I do.
Basically, this is me. Basically, as long as you're around me, I exude good luck to you because I believe in you, and through me, Eberron gives your luck.
I like that it also is that because I believe in you. This is how it works out. Like, because if I ever don't believe in you, you people are, so make sure I believe in you. And as long as it's like Tinkerbell with an edge. Like, you better clap harder, all right? Or this is not gonna work.
Since it uses her reaction, she can only do it one time around. So if 2 people in a round roll a 1,
she's like,
clearly she doesn't believe in one
I
of
only
people,
believe
right?
in this one. I don't believe in you too.
Well, if one of them it's my sister, tough luck for the next person.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we all get that.
Yeah. But other than that, I'm pretty much the same. I heal a lot of people. By the way, GM.
Yes.
I know I have not yet mentioned the 200 gold to everybody, but my intent is to give them a portion of the gold, the equal portion of the 200 gold, but we just haven't gotten to a point where I can be like, oh, by the way, I found this 200 gold. So when it comes up and is really awkward, I'm like, by the way,
just toss it to them. That would be great. Please do it at an awkward moment.
Well, it's either that or somebody's going to be like, you owe us $100 fine, 100 gold fine. And I'll be like, I got it.
And pull it.
Don't worry, this gold is just safer with me.
Actually, it probably
is.
It might be.
No, probably is.
Well, what's Gianna going to do with the gold?
Absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
Tantan, however.
Tantan will make it into a gold statue.
Yeah, exactly. I need some.
Can I cover all your questions, Greg? I'm very distracted. I just finished a novel and I like turned it over to the proofer. So
I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations on that. And yes, you did cover all of my questions. I am excited to have Nisiana back. And I am excited as well to have Yana back with us, by which I mean Rob. Darkside Rob, it is good to see you, Rob. How are you? How's life, the universe, and everything? I'm glad that you survived the snow squall apocalypse of 2022 as well.
Yes, it was very terrifying.
It's a huge deal. How are you doing? How's life, Rob? And who are you playing tonight?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Suddenly we got a voice like this. That's it.
Let's play.
No, I'm kidding. Look,
Yeah.
Who are you and what have you done with Rob?
Look, the world has to balance itself out somehow, and Tren has started taking over my long intros, so now I have to balance it out by saying as little as possible, which
you still have to say who you're playing.
I mean... This is why we have these wonderful chyrons.
Wow, I am impressed. I didn't know that.
No, I'm kidding. Hello, everyone. Happy weekend. Lovely to be here again with all of you wonderful folks. These wonderful players, this wonderful DM, and everybody here. Playing the Eberron campaign again, Oracle of War. For those of you who don't know who I am, Robert Austin James, also known as Darkside Rob on Twitch TV. RAHB. I am a voice actor and audio producer and video editor and music writer, composer, singer, all that good stuff. And you can find a lot of my work that I do on Audible, on Instagram, on SoundCloud, on Bandcamp, on Twitch TV. I do music production streams on Twitch, and I also do, I may be doing some fun audiobook related stuff on Twitch in the future if I can get clearances and everything. And in addition to that, I'm currently playing through Horizon Forbidden West and Final Fantasy XIV main story quest Heavensward campaign, trying to get into Stormblood, and planning to start, speaking of different versions of Dungeons and Dragons, I'm planning on starting Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous very soon, which yes, Pathfinder and people who, man, first time I played Pathfinder Kingmaker and realized, what is that? Is it based off of 2.5 or 3.5?
3.5.
3.5. Oh my goodness. There is a lot to love and a lot to loathe about that particular thing. And in fact, in some ways, it works better in video game form than it does in any other form, because it keeps track of a lot of stuff for you that you would otherwise have to keep track of. But boy, howdy, it makes me really appreciate 5e. But again, play whichever version you like. There are things about Pathfinder that I wish were in 5e and vice versa. And it's just interesting to play something that is D&D, but also is very different from D&D in a lot of ways too. But yeah, you can find out more about that by checking me out on Twitch. And as far as character, I am playing Yana and Altus, every fucking time, which shifter, okay.
You got this.
Okay.
You got this.
Shifter, shriftry, schwabbity schwibbity shwoo. Got it.
Perfect.
No.
Perfect.
Shifter, swift stride shaman.
There you go.
A shaman, shifter, swift strider.
No, it's a swift shaman, shifter stride. No, yes, you got
Yes,
it.
there it is. Aha! And yes. Let us begin.
Let us commence.
Let us away.
It is good to see everybody, and welcome everyone again to the Third Protocol Part 2. In our last session, which happened just a week ago, the party entered Salvation after retrieving the Oracle of War from the Grey Dogs that had attempted to steal it. There was an argument to be made, and in fact, the party had somewhat considered that possibility, that they might, in fact, maybe punish the Grey Dogs rather severely for having attempted to betray them. But cooler heads prevailed and decided that it would be better if they instead faced some kind of justice that didn't involve just death in the Grey, which was certainly a consideration. And the party, with the Oracle of War, returned to Salvation, where they were looking forward to some much-needed R&R and to gather an extra R, which was research into this Oracle of War and how to keep it from continually repeating over and over again, third protocol activated. And so the party decided, listen, there's got to be a way that we can manage this. And they decided, that, in fact, they found out that there was a method available to them because thanks to Hilar Brissal, the party's contact / semi-superior in Salvation from the King's Citadel, who had gone back to the city, to Sharn, the city of towers, the captain of Breland, what they discovered was that the lightning rail outside of town has been reactivated. And that means that the lightning rail, which moves at incredible speeds, will be able to get them back down to Sharn. And so the biggest university possibly in Corvair, Morgrave University, would absolutely have scholars who would know something about this Oracle of War and how to channel it, how to do something with it, but deal with it rather than just sort of them dealing with this semi-defective item, which is incredibly powerful. And so the party said, great, but the lightning rail is not going to be arriving for at least 24 hours. And in the meantime, the party has got some issues because what the party decided to do was to separate things out. Tanton ended up going with Hilar Brissal to his home and staying with the Grey Dogs who had agreed to behave going forward, as Tanton was working on trying to keep the aforementioned Oracle of War from going third protocol activated. And while doing that, the party decided to split themselves. I'm just kidding. It's only struck me later that that's sort of what happened. With Yana going down to speak to the shifter Zodor Tarev, a broker that the party had previously discussed things with, because Yana had some information and wanted to get some questions answered from Zodor. While Yana was going down there and Tanton was working on the Oracle of War, Merime, Nisiana, and Alarian went to the salvage market to talk to Bellalor and Garunda, the goblin salvagers that they had previously helped, and for whom they had originally gone into the Grey to find the Grey Dogs, both to report on what happened in that mission, but also to see if they knew anything about the Oracle of War. But they were not alone there, because not only did they find the aforementioned goblin brokers, they also found Erulin Karnak, who is the broker against whom they have found themselves pitted. They've kind of made an enemy in Erulin Karnak. They suspect that it is Erulin Karnak who attempted to have them killed when they managed to uncover a minor conspiracy of the Emerald Claw almost right under the noses of the fine people of Salvation. And so there was Erulin Karnak, and while they were standing there in the salvage market, 3 people, a dwarf and 2 human soldier fighter types, walked up to them. The dwarf, whose name I believe was Kellak, began talking to them about what it is that they had with them and that they had brought back, and ultimately came to it and said, basically, where's the Oracle or we will kill you. And so after a Western standoff moment where most of the civilians scattered to the 4 winds, where Merime and Nisiana stepped firmly behind Alarian, who would be their shield in this scenario, we cut the stream and suspended the session at that moment. And so as we cut back to the party here, we are going to begin, as I promised, with Yana talking to Zodor. Then we're going to move on to deal with Tanton and find out how he's doing with the Oracle of War and the Grey Dogs. And finally, we'll return to what might be a small little battle in the salvage market with Merime, Nisiana, and Alarian. And so with that said, I'm going to begin with Yana, as Yana is making her way down to Zodor.
I'm Yana.
To Zodor Tarev. So, Yana, I'm going to hand things over to you.
Yana has changed.
No, that's Altus. Never
I was
mind.
going to say, that's not. Okay, so you head down to, now you may remember that Zodor lives in this, like, basically elevated thing.
Yes,
where
he
you
has
have
a
to, like, go up the
treehouse.
ladder. Basically a treehouse, sort of, yeah. And so when you get to the bottom, as usual, there is a guard standing at the bottom of the ladder who recognizes you as you kind of come up, and it's like, yeah.
May I speak to Zodor, please?
I can go see if he's available. Who wants to see him and why?
Yana. He'll know why.
And he kind of narrows his eyes. This is a human with sort of greasy, stubbly chin, and he kind of dark hair, and he kind of looks at you and narrows his eyes, and then, wait here, and turns around, climbs the ladder up, and is gone for only about maybe a minute, and then comes back to the ladder, the top of the ladder, and yells down at,
Get the hell out of here. No.
Says, you're not welcome. No, he says, all right, come on up then.
And she climbs up.
Okay. Now, when you get there, Zodor Tarev is not immediately visible, and when you sort of walk through the door, ushered in by the guard, you can see that Zodor is actually below his desk. You don't see him for a moment, and then see him standing up and putting a couple of extra piles of what look like some kind of coin that he's putting on his desk as if he's been sort of sorting them into piles. And when he sees you, he kind of nods and he says, all right, you can leave us. And the guard departs. And Zodor looks at you and says, Yana, an unexpected pleasure. What exactly can I do for you here?
I thought a lot about what you said the last time I was here. What you told the others in my party. What you told me. I'm fairly certain you're the first shifter I've come upon since... in a while. And that troubles me. Between that and the last few trips into the gray. Before I say any more, one shifter to another, I need to know that I can trust you.
And so he folds his arms and he sits down slowly, his eyes not leaving yours, in the chair, and he says, that's interesting. You know, when you came into town the first time, I wasn't sure what to make of you. And I said as much to your group, you might remember. There were people who had made up their minds about me. But I've heard a lot of things about you since then. You are a little bit of a different crew than I might have expected. If there was anybody I was planning to trust, I could do worse than go with a group like you. Helped people, goblins down at the salvage market. Helped find missing salvagers out in the gray, risking your lives. Even took out some rather unmentionable types up there near Old Mo. That's pretty good work, I'd say, for the work of a couple of weeks.
Your shifter ears hear much.
I have my ways of hearing things. And he leans forward, he says, let's be clear about it then, Yana. I think you suspect you can trust me or you wouldn't come here. And I can trust you or I wouldn't be seeing you right now. So let me ask why you're asking the question. What are you really worried about with me?
Is there some place she can sit down?
Sure, there's a chair, absolutely, in front of him.
All right, she sits down. I can't say more until I hear the words. You must understand. All of this has been incredibly confusing. There's a lot I don't know, and I don't know why. I'm not ready to say these things to my friends because I don't know if they'll understand. I'm not even sure you'll understand. But you hear much. Maybe you'll know something they don't. I just need to know that I can trust you with what I'm about to say.
So he kind of leans back and puts his, rests his hands lightly on the arms of his chair and then steeples his fingers underneath his chin. I don't think I've ever actually had anyone ask me if they can trust me. They just assumed they couldn't. And he kind of like looks carefully at you and then...
I'm not looking at you as a tradesperson or as someone who deals in information. Well, not only that. I am truly speaking to you as one young, unsure, and uncharacteristically nervous shifter to another who's in a far better position than I am.
And he kind of like, roll an insight check for me, Yana.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Takes forever to get to it on roll 20, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's a 5.
Yeah, he sort of leans back and puts his hand to the back of his neck, and he's just like, you know, I believe you. I believe you. If they've sent you because they figured you could get away to worm your way into my good graces, they've done a good job. Because I believe you. And he sort of looks down and then... Yes, you can trust me. But don't take that trust too far. Although I do believe you, I still am not 100% sure that you couldn't be manipulated by others. That said, I won't tell what you tell me out of confidence unless it threatens me directly. Speak freely.
She summons Yana. She summons
I was
Altus.
going to say, what?
Yeah.
Invoke
summons-
duplicity.
Oh my
She
God,
summons-
there's two
she
of you. Okay.
She summons Altus to show up next to her on her right side.
Now, when Altus shows up, he kind of like, you know, clearly has a reaction. And, well...
She goes, he's why I can't be manipulated. And the rest of my group doesn't know I'm here.
And he nods and he says, is this, how much of a party trick is this, Yana? Does this speak for himself, herself, themself?
I speak. We speak. We remember together.
Now, don't take this the wrong way, Yana, but I know my own shifter heritage, and I'm damn sure that I never had a spirit I could just bring up before me. Would have been nice. I could have pulled up some ghostly leopard or something I could have had in my head.
She can't resist but crack a little bit of a smile to that.
He says,
And
but
she kind of responds and goes, it's not bad sometimes,
I can
except when he
imagine.
won't shut up. And he kind of looks back at her and goes, I do what I can when I can, Yana.
And he kind of nods, so he says, all right. So, and did you say Altus, his name? Did you say his name? Or just like...
I did not say his name.
So he says, does this fox here have a name? And he's looking at the fox, not at you.
They call me Altus.
Altus.
My true name is not pronounceable by your tongue.
So, Are you a kind of a demon-packed warlock? A spirit? Something out of the gray?
Who is he asking?
I think he asked that probably generally to both of you. I mean, he's still looking at Altus, but...
Neither of us are of the gray. Nothing of the gray is of us. We are made of much mightier stuff. Better stuff. We go into the gray. We come out of the gray. Together.
He kind of nods and he says, "All right then. So I know who you are, who you say you are. And I guess my question then," and then his attention fully turns back to you, Yana, is, then what questions can I help answer for you? Since you seem to have yourself pretty well together from what I can tell.
Anything but, in fact. I lost something. Very recently, too. It's as if there's a gigantic hole in the middle of my heart and in the middle of my head. Cobwebs. Barely even fragments of things. Not even echoes of memories. Altus doesn't know them any more than I do. Or if he does, he's trying to protect me from the truth. I don't know which it is. But what I know is when I saw you, the first time I came in here, something shook in me that hasn't since Altus saved my life. I need to know why. I need to know why that happened. Why I'm the only one. Why no one else can remember anything about me, including myself. The more times I go into the gray, the less I feel connected to anyone. Or anything. Even myself. That's not right. Shifters. We are not isolated creatures. We're not supposed to be alone. And right now, as silly as it may sound, I feel completely alone. Sad. Unsure. Altus helps. He makes it more bearable. He's given me an ability to see something that scares me, but feels as much a part of me as my claws, hands, ears, any part of me. But no one can tell me why. It doesn't make any sense. And I need to know. You may not have any answers either. I need to remember. No matter how much it hurts. I need to know why Altus felt I needed saving. And why he saved me at all. And how I ended up in that damn lake in the first place.
And he kind of leans back a little bit and he says, I don't suppose you've ever asked him, have you?
I ask him all the time. We talk all the time, even if no one else hears it. The blessing and the curse of the bond we share. He's with me everywhere I go.
And she sort of flicks her wrist and Aldous returns back to her ear.
Okay.
And then she kind of points to it and goes,
in order to be where I am right now, sitting here with you, I had to tie his spirit to my own. I die, he dies. We remember together. And I can't remember a thing.
He looks at you and he says, "This is important. Do you remember when, exactly when you made that decision to bind yourself to him and him to you?"
So, stepping out of character for a second here.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever established exact dates for any of this because I don't remember. I know that
I don't
I
actually need
came
the date.
across the party.
Right, but
What's
I don't need the date here. What I'm actually is actually asking you can you remember the moment of decision for you? Not the date and time, but like this happened and I said, okay, I will bind myself.
Got it. Okay.
I remember everything up to the moment that I spoke his name. But everything before that was as dark and as murky as the lake that I was sinking to the bottom of, with no reason as to why. I can't even remember. Who? Or where? It's all just black. But I can't believe that it's all gone. I'm here because I said Altus's name. Because Altus felt compelled to rescue me. And while a part of me thinks maybe it's best to leave that old life behind, I fear that I'm a danger to my friends until I know the truth. Because the pain, the fear I felt, the cold at the bottom of that lake, I carry with me every time I go to sleep. And I feel it every time I wake up. And it will never go away.
So he says, "It's heavy. Shadows, Yana. You've seen one. A shadow, yes."
And she cocks her head a little bit, like she's trying to readjust her understanding of the world.
Mm-hmm.
What she thinks a shadow means and what he's trying to describe. And she just says,
Shadow?
A presence. Something that came to you when you didn't expect it. Something that slipped out of your sight. Not Altus here, this thing that you say always with you, I'm talking about. Something that slipped into your room, or was outside your window. Something you couldn't name and didn't describe. You know what I mean, because I see it in your eyes.
is he referring to what I think he's referring to?
Maybe. It depends on what you.
Well, no,
think he's
because it's been multiple sessions before. This was the thing in the room
It's
when
the thing
Yana
that seems
screamed.
close. It seems the thing that's closest to it. Yeah, I mean, at least.
There was one thing. But it made no sense at the time. Shadow. Demon. It's awful. I didn't know whether to strike it or to run. No. I don't know what it was. And I don't know how you know what I've seen or haven't.
Because it visited me.
And her eyes just go wide.
When you go into the gray, Yana, you attract the attention of things. They pick up on gaps in yourself, in your soul, in your essence, in the thing that makes you what you are. Some people say that it's Kyber doing their work. Maybe. I don't know what to hold with there. But when you get out of the gray again, whatever's in there has filled in that spot. Like a scar, a clotted wound, maybe. And the remnants of it come out and find you later. We're shifters, you and I. That means we always have the chance to move from one thing to another state of being. And that leaves gaps. And he stands up and he turns and he walks to the back wall and he looks at this. You may remember that there was a little bit of a map of salvation and, with push pins on it. And he's looking at it and he says, "It came to me the first time 5 years ago, right after I had started to build up a name for myself here in Salvation. It was at night. I was here looking at this, and I felt a chill. Something slithered through the door, you understand me? Not came through, I mean slithered, crawled. I felt the cold touch of it on my bones. I'm used to people coming after me, lying in wait to kill me. But I'm not used to something that was coming for my soul. I turned around and there it was. And I knew right then that if I could figure what this thing was, I could get a sense of who I was too. And not just be some broker on the edge of nothing and death. When I looked at it straight, square on, it slithered away again. I haven't seen it since, but I feel it. I've done some research too. I went all the way down to Moorgrave University in Sharn. I talked to some scholars there, spoke about it in riddles, vague prophecies, and they gave me some of the same. But what I told you is not the only time it's happened to you or me. Someday, Yana, you're gonna confront that thing. I don't even have a name for mine. But it's the shadow of what I lost. I don't have a spirit like you do. I didn't find mine at the bottom of a lake. But until I can figure out what that thing is, I'll be pursued by it till the end of my days. and I do not want to spend the rest of my days running from it. I became a broker, a salvage broker, not to make money like most of the money grubbers over there in the market, but to get information, knowledge, to gather something on me. And the only reason, and he turns back to you, that I'm telling you this now is because you remind me of what it was like to be young and confused and not whole. I can't give you any more information about you because I don't have information about myself. But, Yana, I trust your friends. I think, from what I can tell, from the way I've heard, they're good people, but they're not shifters. And they don't have a shadow following them. So, if you want, you and I can deep doing some of that research together. When you head back down to Sharn, I'll give you a couple names to talk to. You go down there, you tell them what it is you saw. And when you're out in the gray, you look, you reach out for what you're missing. And when the shadow comes, don't run from it. Find out what it is, and you'll find out who you are. Your past, too. And then he comes over and sits back down. The chair kind of creaks a little bit. That was from shifter to shifter, from Zodor to Yana. And when you go back out that door and go back to your friends, I'm going to be Zodor Tarev, and you're going to be Yana of the group that's come to salvation, looking to do some good. But you and I will know, and I will send word. If I find something out, I will tell you. If you find something out, you tell me.
She stands up and she walks around the back of the chair. And she looks back over at Zodor. I accept. There is one thing, though. It's not the shadow that I'm afraid of. The hole in me is not something that's gone. Altus always tells me, we will remember together. Something about me is different. Different in a way that somebody thought was dangerous or wrong. I didn't jump in that lake to find something. I woke up in that lake and was found. That scares me more than any ghost or any shadow or anything in the gray. That I woke up someplace cold, dark, and alone. Because someone, something, felt that's where I belonged. And I cannot, and I will not, rest until I remember who I am and why. That was where they thought I should be.
So you're...
And two,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
you call me Yana. I respond to it. But that name feels as cold, as alien, and as unknown to me as that lake that Altus rescued me from. That terrifies me.
So and you're still standing behind him. So
I'm behind the chair, looking at him.
Oh, so you're behind.
I went
your own
around the chair,
Your own
my
chair.
own
Okay,
chair,
got it.
and looked back at him.
He says.
It's the Witcher maneuver, you know.
No, I got you.
Okay, sorry.
He says, I will see what I can do. One known as Yana. And in the meantime, I'll give you one other bit of advice. I appreciate you told me this, and I will not betray this confidence. But you won't necessarily get as lucky with everyone else. I think you can trust your friends. Only you can decide when that makes sense, if it does for you. But for others, you keep that close to the vest. I'll see what I can find in the meantime. You see what you can find. And you keep a spring in your step, Drifter. Because if you die before I find out what I need to know for you, I will pursue you into the afterlife myself and bring you back, just so I can kill you again for your discourtesy. And then he smiles slightly. Now get the hell out of here.
And she starts to walk towards the way she came in. And as she reaches the doorway, she turns one more time and just says, "Does the term third protocol mean anything to you?"
I don't think so. Third protocol about what?
Never mind. And she just walks out.
Good stuff. Let's move up to Tanton. In the hut, Tanton, where Hilar lives, you have been there with Hilar and the Grey Dogs, working away on the third protocol activated. And so I'm curious about what the hell you're doing to try to see what you can do with it. Describe it a little bit for me. And I will just quickly, before you do, I'll say that the Grey Dogs themselves have been mostly just Nella being stubborn, Dervo being kind of dour as per usual, and Sprocket kind of nervously looking about all the time. But that's how Sprocket always looks. So, and then Hilar, who occasionally has been kind of like arms folded, watching you work and trying to like get a sense of what's going on too. So tell me how you've been doing things.
Also in the trumpet, Nisiana's scarf is stuffed in there.
Oh yes, that's right. Which is muffled. Yeah.
Oh.
But as I said, and I want to be clear about that. That's true, and that muffles it a little bit. But a lot of the noise, as I mentioned, is almost rumbling, like bass, like the bass, right, from the whole box that it's
Well, that
giving
was
out
more
this
for
thing.
Tanton when he pulls the silk out and be like,
"Oh yeah." Classic magician maneuver. Yeah. Okay.
There's your problem.
All right, it works. I appreciate that. Thanks. No,
What is Tanton doing? That's a long list. For one, since his bag of holding is empty, since there are no sprocket parts in it, he is stuffing as much. No, he's not. He's kind of putting the bag around the trumpet to try to, have it inside this magically expanded dimension, so it's a little quieter still, but I know it's still resonating through the rest of the device. So, but hopefully that'll help a little bit.
Okay.
But one of the things that he's doing, because I know he cast Identify on it before,
Right.
and I think he's probably going to do it again.
Okay.
But he's trying to, between his dragon mark tattoos, his he's not an alchemist, he's not an artillerist, he's not a thing, his artificer,
yeah.
thank you, tools. He is trying to figure out if there are any parts of it which are themselves internally dimensionally expanded, to know if like parts of its internal structure are larger on the inside than they are on the outside. Because he's coming up with an emergency backup plan that will be rather extreme if it has to come to play, and I'll tell you that offline so you'll know what it is, so you can figure out how to thwart it appropriately.
Don't know what you mean
by breaking all the rules of D&D, but I mean, you're the DM. You can do that anyway. So anyway, but he's trying to further figure out
more of a guideline than
if there, exactly if and I think I mentioned that he was like looking on the bottom of it to see if there are instructions listing what the protocols are.
Right.
He's basically trying to figure out.
Number is all you find out.
Yeah, it's like look it up online. It's like, on what?
Yeah.
I don't understand. What is online? What does that mean?
Made in Arizona.
Oh God. Which God? Well, there are only 3. Here anyway. So yeah, he's kind of doing a mixture of Identify, Detect Magic, and an Arcana check. Basically trying to mix all of these things together to figure out if parts of it are dimensionally expanded, what the hell is the third protocol, or if there's some part of this thing that's busted and will not explain what the hell somebody's supposed to do when it says that.
Okay, so let me have you make then that. Let me have you make an Arcana check. Let's start there.
Okay. Arcana, first roll of the night. Let's see how this goes.
Let's do it.
It goes terribly. 22.
Terribly well.
So there's a few things that I want to note about this that you discover as you're sort of doing this thing. You don't think, from what you can tell, although there are limits to what your Detect Magics and Identifies and Arcanas, I mean, you are, although quite capable, Tantan, and will continue to be more so, as a level 4 artificer, there are some limitations to your knowledge. So you can't tell this for sure. But if you had to guess, you don't think necessarily that this has dimensional properties beyond the ones that you've described externally. So you don't think that this is like, it opens up to a plane of existence inside or something. Like you don't think so, that this is that way. You think, though, that there is something about the magic that is infused within the substance of the box itself, the wood, the drawers, that it was built magically. And in fact, Tantan, what it reminds you most of as you're in the process of working through it is the way in which magic is infused into a warforged when created, as you saw happen on several occasions during the time of the Great War, of the last war. And this reminds you of that. Now, this is clearly not a warforged, but it seems awfully close to the same kind of structure. Wood and metal which has been infused somehow with a kind of magic about it. The other thing that I would point out about this is that there is the strongest element that you were getting from this is divination. Waves and waves of divination magic flowing through it extremely powerful. The kind of stuff which would not only tell people about battle tactics with enemies, but might even be tempted to tell people about why the enemies were there in the first place. This is a prophecy box, if you had to guess. And I think it goes without saying you have never felt divination magic of this level of power before, and certainly not something permanently infused into the equivalent of like a Warforged, because Warforged don't get infused with divination. But this thing, yeah.
Okay. Then, upon that realization, he is going to kind of push it aside for the moment, and he's going to pull out his crossbow and start infusing that with the infusion I was telling you about earlier.
Okay.
With the repeating shot infusion, so that it no longer needs ammunition. It just magically generates it anytime it needs it, and it is now a magical weapon.
Okay.
And aside from that, he is starting to, at least within his head, starting to work on how to reconfigure his bag of holding so that it would be large enough. Now that he is sure, because the if it were dimensionally expanded,
Yes, why you can't put a portable hole in a bag of holding, for instance.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Because it will immediately just dump to some
Right.
random location in the astral sea, which was part of his plan if we couldn't figure out how to keep people from finding it. So, well, let's
see,
get rid
levels
of it for a
20
little
to
while.
30 are Planescape. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. No, but since he's relatively certain that that's not going to happen, now he's going to figure out how to reconfigure the opening so that he can get the Oracle in there, just to, like, if somebody comes looking, they're like, all right, where is it? What? That thing you were carrying on that floating disc. What? You know, and hopefully they won't look at his bag because it's too small.
So as you're doing that, one of the things that as you're sort of thinking about this and also infusing the crossbow, etc., Hilar says, Tanton, I don't mean to tell you your business, but I am curious if you found anything else about this thing magically that you'd be willing to share. I mean, is this thing basically just a tactical box, gives you info about the enemies, or is it as powerful as I'm worried it is?
Nope.
And he says, nope, as in not as powerful?
Or nope, I didn't learn anything new.
Well, did you by chance learn anything new? No?
What did I just say?
Well, you were doing a lot of extra work on it, I suppose. So I thought you might have found something else.
And he just kind of, as he's sort of trying to look just exasperated and just kind of sort of shaking his head like this, he looks up, because he basically got his face shielded from the gray dogs.
I know where you're going with this.
And he looks up at Hilar and is like,
and he nods, and Hilar nods, and he's like, all right, that's too bad. But he also is like, you know, like, to you only. And he says, when you get the opportunity, then hopefully we can talk more. I need to speak to you about what to do with these people anyway. And he kind of points at the gray dogs.
You don't want to talk to me about that. No.
And Sprocket's like, and so Alar's like, well, we'll deal with it later then. And hopefully we'll all have calmed down enough to give information that'll be of value to us. And he kind of looks at Sprocket. I'm sure that you'll have a greater understanding and feeling of comfort and even mercy towards some of them. Right, Tanton? And he's not looking at you, he's staring at Sprocket and then at Nelly.
Yeah, because Tanton is just scowling at Hilar like, the fuck I will.
You
know,
well, you get the impression this is all performative on Hilar's part.
Oh, yeah.
So so he does that. So, you know, Dervo, is there like dour, like, he just becomes dourception? Like, is there a way to become more dour? Like, his face just
it
becomes,
is possible.
like, he does whatever that is. And then, you know, Nella is just kind of folds her arms and looks away and like is like the ultimate closed body language, like this all sucks type of thing. And the only one who's very clearly trying to like look between you and like read the tea leaves is clearly Sprocket, who's just kind of looking to you and back to Hilar, and then back to you and back to Hilar. And Hilar comes over and puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "All right, good work. I'll be back in a minute." And he turns and just walks right outside the house. Doesn't look like he's running anywhere in particular, but just out to the western side. Anything else you want to do with stuff other than continuing the infusion at the moment, Tanton, or no?
He glances back at Spanner and just looks at him and says, "Spike." And Spanner again puts his entire body weight against the door so that none of the gray dogs can get out.
Okay.
Without Tanton knowing about it, if he gets really focused in his work.
Gotcha. Okay. Hey, Rock God. That's a good spot for us to pause for just a moment and say you're watching the exceptional Infinity and Beyond crew playing day 15 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, the third protocol. This is part 2 of that, and this is, remember, this adventure is the conclusion of season 1 of Oracle of War. I am joined by Trending Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by Jennifer Brozek, and by Darkside Rob. You've seen some of the exceptional roleplay work from Rob and from Tren, and now we are going to move on up to the east side to a deluxe apartment. I couldn't.
I was waiting for that the last time you said
it. It was a softball, and I had to do it. No, we're going to move up to
battle.
Merime, Nisiana, and to Alarion. And as a reminder, I'm going to move to the map for this. As a reminder, chat, in our last session, as I said, these folks were here when suddenly these 3 rather unfortunate-looking types that were, looked like not very pleasant people, came up to them and basically said, "Hey, where's the Oracle? Tell us where it is." And the very last thing that Alarion had basically done was armor up as everyone was getting ready for the quick draw type of thing. And in the meanwhile, Nisiana, I believe it was, I don't know if Merime saw this, but certainly Nisiana saw that Arulin Karnak, who is the one in the back, who is the one against which the party may have some problems, or with which the party may have some problems, had this big smile on her face as we were going through this. And so with that said, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask everyone to roll, not ask everybody, I'm going to ask Tren for John, so Tren for Alarion, and Merime and Nisiana to roll initiative. Yana, you and Tanton are not going to be a part of this unless this spills over and becomes something else. So for the moment, I'm going to leave you out of initiative. So I'm going to pull up the turn order here.
Oh, I forgot to touch myself.
Always got to do that.
Right.
Always important.
I would do that, but I still don't have access to
no, I
John's
did.
Oh, see, we knew this was going to happen too.
Yay.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Why do I waste my time?
It's a beautiful role, Nisiana. It just.
Oh, okay. Can I be intimidating?
Yes, you can.
Not
I
according to
believe
my
in you.
stats.
Telling you, in the book, The Sleeping Dragon by Joel Rosenberg, the point where the cleric says, "Have you ever seen a healing spell work in reverse?" That was some of the scariest shit I'd ever read at that point.
See if that works now, Tren. If you have control.
I will check right now. Yeah. Hey, look, there's a lyric.
Are you able to move the token as well, or?
Let me double check. I gotta find the guys wherever they are. They're hidden from me. Oh yeah, I'm zoomed way out. That's why I'm not seeing it. And I move the character sheet. Yes, I do. Do thing.
Excellent.
Okay.
And let's see. So.
And I will set the drop down to Alarion, and I will roll. No, wait. I almost forgot to touch myself.
Can do.
Initiative 7.
Okay.
He
Well,
said the initiative roll can't do.
It's very much like a
Let's get
John. So
get some combat music working here. Let's see. How about some? This is one of my favorites. Oldie but goodie.
all right, I'm going to be very Nisiana here.
Okay. And also, while I'm doing this combat thing, chat, I would like to thank you for the kind words. I know how really helpful it is for players to feel like they're having this kind of value for people that are really taking something out of their performances. So thank you. We appreciate that. And right back at you, by the way, having a great audience. I would love to play with these players even if no one was here, but having an audience here makes it that much better even. So thank you for being with us on this. And spread the word, by the way. Okay, so... All right. They have got themselves. I turn to the page, write it down, and promptly drop the book so that I lose the page. It's great. It's exactly what we want. I mean,
that means we win.
Yes, exactly. They just poof out of
you heard it.
existence. And
You heard it. Clip it. You heard it.
yes. Nope.
Oh,
And the
wait.
fight is over. Please
Not
drop
so
initiative and collect your XP.
Collect your
We'll see,
rewards,
we
yes.
see. I'm
Automatically.
going to be very Nisiana about this.
Okay. Yeah. What does that mean? You're going to be very Nisiana about this.
I'm going to touch my sister and say, talk them out of this. I'm going to guidance my sister to persuade them. They don't want to do this in the middle of the frickin' market.
But you're
know
assuming,
if
Jen,
this
that
is-
you're going first. No, of course you are going first. That's pretty much.
Well, yeah, that is assuming. If they went first, I would then, throw out my sacred,
Spiritual
not
weapon.
the sacred. Yeah, the spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
But I am going to make an attempt, if I'm going first, to try and not have this fight in the middle of the market. Because I think Aurelian set this up, and if we can stop it from happening.
Okay. Let me
But
just.
that's
Yep.
my
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
action. I just touch Marimay and talk them out of it. You can do this. You can talk bark off a tree.
And you've seen it.
So much of the relationship between the two of you just involves the two of you speaking to each other or touching each other on the hand or the shoulder, be like, "You can do it. I believe in." No, I believe in you. No, I believe in you. The whole thing's just.
Well, you actually can see their relationship growing up of, I don't think we should do this. No, I believe in you. You can totally do this. You can make that jump. Or, okay, I will heal you when you fall. But okay, we can do this.
Yeah, we can do this.
We shouldn't do
Talking
this.
bark off a tree is easy when it's birch. I mean, it comes off by
Well,
itself.
how many
you know?
birches do you see around Sharn?
Well, around Sharn, not
Okay.
many.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. So, Nisiana, you are in fact going first. So you did what you just said about talk them out of it, and then what are you going to do?
Actually, is that my action is to guidance Nisiana to Merme
Okay.
and stay behind Ilarion.
Okay.
So if I need to do something for him,
Okay.
I am not yet going to pull out my spiritual weapon because that's a reaction. I'm not attacking first.
Okay.
That is not what I do.
That-
We're going
that
to try
makes
and talk
sense
him
for
out
sure.
of it.
Also, a
Or-
reminder: you have a hero point left, and Ilarion has a hero point left, but Mermaid does not.
Yes.
No.
I do have a hero point left. Can we can't give hero points to anybody else, can we?
No, can't transfer them. Nope. They
Okay.
are your hero points. No
I
one
mean,
can
if
take those
I were
from you.
playing
What
any
do you
other
do?
character, I'd be punching people in the nose. But this is Nisiana.
Yes.
It's a tall reach for you with some people.
Well,
Who?
even if I'm going to play
Yes.
we won't get it.
We won't get into that. Hopefully, we'll see if that's even necessary. Anyway, okay, got it, Nisiana. Next up to go then is Merime. Merime, what would you like to do? They look considerably ugly in demeanor. I'll leave aside what they look like in terms of looks, but their demeanor clearly they're
Okay.
not. They look unhappy.
Okay. Well, I mean, my sister believes in me and she wants to try to avoid the confrontation. So obviously, I am going to step kind of beside Ilarion.
Okay.
I'm
5
going
foot
to-
squares, by the way, just so you know. So that's fine. Just so.
Okay. And I'm going to say, now, why don't we just take this conversation somewhere where there's a bit less damage that can be done? And I'm sure we can come up to something, a pleasant conclusion for all of us, as opposed to just making a mess out of everyone's wares here.
Okay. Are you? Let's see. I'm trying to think of.
I'm smiling. Is that what you were going to ask? I'm very smiling.
Well, I assumed that much. I was curious though as to whether you were. I was curious as to whether you were trying to actively persuade or intimidate them, or whether this was sort of setting the groundwork for later stuff you were going to do.
You know, if there's one thing about bullies who think they have the upper hand is you can't necessarily intimidate them easily. So I'm just going to try to sweet talk them into moving.
Okay.
Make them feel like they have the upper hand. You know what? Why don't we just go outside and talk this out? We just don't want to like make a mess in here.
Okay.
Let's go somewhere more private to talk.
Let me have you make a persuasion check. 2 notes. I'm going to have you make this at disadvantage. And secondly, a success does not necessarily mean a success, if you know what I mean. In that you don't know whether they're persuadable or not.
That's
but,
fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, my main thing is going to be like, let's go talk somewhere quiet with nobody else around.
Okay. So
Okay.
yeah. So have you make a persuasion check for me, please.
At disadvantage.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to roll the d4.
Mm-hmm. So 22. So you
22.
you pour it all into them, and
I feel inspired by my sister. I'm like,
you are like, it's extremely inspiring, and they draw weapons. They apparently have zero interest in leaving here, and it's almost clear to you now as you're looking at this Maramé that this is set up to happen here. They obviously were. I mean, I suppose if you had said, "Here's the Oracle," and given it to them, that would have been fine. But they obviously want this showdown, from what you can tell.
okay, so
Also, make an insight check for me, please, Maramé. I'm giving this to you because of the persuasion check, actually.
perfect. Okay, and those are I get those at advantage, just as a reminder.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Wow. You note just 24 is a critical success. Is pretty damn good. You note,
How did
Maramé.
you?
Yeah.
You just broke the house.
Yeah, that was.
The house always wins, except when you roll, because you just rolled a 20 and a 1.
And a 1.
Hard. Yeah.
Yeah. That was badass.
Okay,
so,
fair enough. Fair enough.
When
fair
you
enough.
when you do this, Maramé, you are aware that there's something a little off about them. They look almost. I think the description might be not tranced, but feverish, like extremely excited to be in combat, like almost there's a kind of reckless, if you were to describe it as almost a reckless joy or anticipation, that's what it looks like. And
Do I
it's
get the feel?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Do I get the feeling that it's unnatural? Like this is
No.
just okay.
Does not feel
they're
natural.
being pushed. Whoa.
Now that doesn't
Okay.
mean that they themselves are unnatural, but something may have been done to them. You can't tell what it is, but this does not seem right to you.
Can I with my new feat, can I mind link Eberron and Nisiana and just relay that to them?
I think you can do that, and that's all, because you've persuaded and you've done some other stuff. So I think yes. I
Okay.
think you can just basically be like, something's wrong, or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah,
you know?
something's wrong. They're being pushed by something. Obviously, I would have talked them into it otherwise.
Yeah, I know. Listen, you have no idea how persuasive I was just then, so let's be clear.
Obviously, there's magic or something at play here. It's not me, it's them.
Like, this never happens, okay? Just so you know, this never happens. Oh man. Okay. So you do that, and are you moving anywhere? Because you only move forward 5 feet, Maramé. Are you moving any place else or not?
I'm going to move just a little bit like to the side here and let Eberron be the kind of like beautiful meat shield.
Yes.
Or star forge shield.
Star shield, so to speak.
They
yes.
are. Yes.
Speaking of them, it is Eberron's turn. These veterans did not roll well. So one named Tren playing the role of John today. What is Eberron going to do?
As soon as their weapons draw, just without even saying anything, the shield comes up,
Yeah.
and he just kind of tilts the hand back, and the star sword just comes out.
Right.
But at the same time, he kind of cocks an ear towards Maramé, and it's just like he's willing to, cool things down and step away, but they are clearly not. So, what he would like to do, having, basically gotten himself ready for an attack if it's coming, turn his voice up to the fullest volume that it can, and he just shouts at his highest of height, in intensity voices. He just calls out the name Sheriff, and then we'll take the dodge action from this point on.
Okay. All right. The dodge action. That means it's time for the bad guys to go. So all three of them actually draw two swords, a long sword and a short sword. And Ilarion can certainly tell from the way that they are doing this that they mean business and they know what they're doing. Like this is not their first rodeo. And so Kellark, the dwarf, is the first one to act. And he sort of leaps forward and engages Ilarion. And attacks twice, or attempts to attack twice.
Both times at disadvantage?
Yes. With this. So, let's see what we've got. First with his long sword. And let's see, that's going to be a 10, which I'm sure is laughable. And then the short sword is going to be a 7, which is also going to be laughable. So that's going to be interesting, him trying to get through this living fortress. However, the other two, the bad news is that the other two are not going to do that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They're going to close on you, this one on the top, who's a human, also scar across his right cheek. Two of them are scarred, the dwarf and this guy, and comes up on you again with the swords, Merime. And is going to try to attack you, and you are not being attacked at disadvantage. Once with a long sword, once with a short sword. I take that back. I misread this. My fault. It is 2 attacks with a long sword and a short sword attack. I beg your pardon.
Oh, wow.
Let me do the extra one. Yeah, these guys are no joke. So let me...
You can do the first one, if you want, instead of doing the 3. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, thanks. No, I appreciate the assist on that. So the extra longsword attack was.
You forget, Arv is trying to kill you guys. He's actively trying.
It's not me. I'm the messenger. Okay. So this veteran's going to attack twice with the longsword on you, Merime. That's going to be a 10 and a 10. So neither one of those is great. I assume neither one hits. Yes.
No, keep it up. You're doing great.
Then critically hits with a short sword. So,
that's vengeful hitting.
And
that's
actually,
what that is.
It almost feels to you, and you get a sense of this. Now, you of course are, know something about flashy sword technique, right, Merime?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this guy, you know what the guy's trying to do, but this guy is clearly not you as far as flash and the ability to confuse with moves. However, very clearly the long sword attacks that you duck out of the way of sets up. He almost essentially combos it, long sword, and then hits you with the short sword as you're ducking out of the way. So you get the impression that he's fought melee stuff like this before. So that is going to be 9 piercing damage to you, Merime, as he strikes you with the short sword.
Kidoki.
So that is that one, and then the other one is going to slide 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, just over there, so as to be behind Nisiana, and is going to attack that way. This is all feels very coordinated to all of you, this is all part of the plan, so to speak.
Okay, and they're not drugged.
No, they do not look drugged, but something is definitely off. They move with a kind of feverish intensity that you do not associate with normal sort of fighting behavior. Okay, so 2 long sword attacks and 1 short sword attack on you, Nisiana. That is... that's a 23 is the first one.
Hit?
And a 13 is the second.
No.
Okay, so that first one is going to do 7 points of damage, of slashing damage to you.
Ow.
And then the second one... that was the first long sword. Those are the 2 long sword attacks. Now, the short sword attack is going to be a terrible miss, I think, at 11.
No.
Okay. So that is a miss. Okay. But they have made their intentions and some of their talents known. That brings us up to the top of the round with you, Nisiana. You have this veteran facing you.
All right. So this is if I did restoration on this person and if they were drugged, would that take away, like them being on coke or something? I mean, is that something that would make sense to Nisiana, or
the Eberron version of PCP?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
When you say coke, you mean soda, pop, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Just fizzy
I
drink.
literally was that person in college who was offered coke and said, "No, thank you, I'm not thirsty." But I really did do that in the 90s. I am that old. But Nisiana is like, are they enhanced by a drug? Are they being pushed by a drug of some kind? Is it a poison to them? Can I take away that advantage? Or is this just too much to?
What I'm going to have you do is a check. So here's what, if you're using, and you're talking lesser restoration, right?
Yes,
So,
because I have an extra spell with lesser restoration.
Right. So for lesser restoration, here's the thing: it will, as you know, it will cure disease, or it will cure either blindness or deafness or paralysis, which none of this is,
Or poison. That's
This
the point.
is- my answer to that would be, okay. You know what? I'm going to give you a chance to assess this. Give me a medicine check.
Okay, well, which
Exactly
I do
what
at
I was-
advantage.
I'm going to see if
Where's
you
my-
can assess the likelihood of this succeeding or not.
All right, let me figure this out. Because at advantage, because it's medicine.
Rock God, I had the opposite happen. I got offered Coke and I was like, hell yeah, and they brought me a drink.
Okay, well, I only got a 14.
Yeah, the answer I would say to that is it's possible, Nisiana, maybe, but the thing is you're dealing with a range of possible conditions. It could also be magical in nature, and restoration wouldn't do anything about that. So
Right,
the
okay.
concern is you don't know what this is. Also, it's not that they are hasted. It's not anything obvious like that. It's more that they seem unnaturally healthy, like flushed, like the old Victorian era consumption. Like it's almost like that. Like they have this sort of like this flushed look that seems off to you. So yeah.
All right, well then, I guess I have no choice. I have done everything that I can possibly do. So I'm going to manifest my spiritual weapon behind him.
Okay.
And
Yes.
that
Okay.
is-
Yep.
And then I will
Let me
let
give you
it
that
smack
spiritual
him
weapon. Okay.
at advantage because it's behind him. Or advantage, spiritual weapon.
So I have a spiritual weapon in my purchases. Haha! Conjured blade. Oh, that's a little bit. That's a little bit large.
Ah!
It destroys all of you in the entire market. Oops. Oh, all right. Wait a second. What did I miss? Oh, it got
220.
very consistent. Okay. Well, both of those will hit. Meaning you choose one or the other. It's fine with me. Okay. 11
Yeah.
force damage.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm
Sort of says.
since I spent the time figuring things out, I can't also Sacred Flame? Or can I Sacred Flame?
Not this turn.
Okay, the other thing, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's not quite in the right spot. Damn it. Actually, where's my thingy? Oh,
Yeah, the foot it doesn't correspond because it's imported, so it's not a built-in thing. So you're talking about it's 20 feet to that guy, if that's what you're.
yeah. Is it 20 feet? So
20
if
feet
it's
as
20
the crow flies, or as the sword flies, I guess. You'd have to go. You'd be like 25 if you went around Marimé, which. you
Okay,
kinda have to
so if I hit, as a bonus action, the weapon can move up to 20 feet and repeat the action again. And attack something within 5 feet.
do. I see. 5, 10, 15,
So that's
5,
basically
10.
what
You
it's
could do
going
that.
to
You could do that. So you could go, 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, you could move. You can slide it next to Marimé on the left side. Now you're not going to get
can't
advantage
actually
there,
move
though. You
the,
can't get behind him. You
Yeah,
can't. You
that's
can't get
okay,
behind
but
him.
I don't have permission to move the.
Oh,
the
sorry. Let
sword.
me give you that.
As I also start up my 10-round timer.
Okay, there we go. Now you should have control over it.
So that's where it goes?
No. Well, I mean, it could. I was assuming
Or-
you were going here, but I mean, it doesn't matter
Here?
either way. So you put them right
Okay.
here. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and it attacks again.
Sorry, I'm going to move him here just so I don't get confused. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead
But
and attack
not
again,
at
but not at
advantage.
advantage.
14?
14 is not going to hit.
Okay.
So
Well-
he kind of dodges out of the way. All right. Still a good turn, Isiana. I think you got some good things established there. All right. That leads us to Merrimack. Oh, actually, yeah, you can't move. Well, if you move, you have to either disengage 5 feet or take an attack of opportunity. So I'm assuming you're not moving, Isiana, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm staying where I am.
Okay. In that case, Merime, you are up next. You have a spiritual weapon next to you and a human veteran in your grill.
Nice. Now, with the spiritual weapon, you can't do. Can you flank? Do a flank attack with it, or
You can,
You can?
if you yes, but you have to slide around in a way that you can do that. I'm trying to think if you're able to do that, like if you slide left, right. So, you know what? I don't know that I would give everyone the ability to do this, but I think I will give you the chance to do this because of your particular class. This is like you essentially are parkouring off the benches. So like you end up here if that's where you're ending up because you need to get there if
like
you want to get in
here?
the flank. Yeah. So you tell me, do you like parkour like jump off the bench? Like just make it sound good, all right? I need
yeah,
to
oh
make
yeah,
sure.
no, I'm gonna be like kind of parkouring up and doing a little jaunt and I'm gonna land with a flourish.
I need
It's
you to
gonna
do
look really
7
cool.
acrobatics checks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be pretty cool with the ribbons and the hair and the like, the sword coming out like it.
Very Cirque du
pretty
Soleil.
cool.
I love it. I'm very
Yeah,
excited by it. Okay, so yes, so you're able to get on the other side of it. So yes, you're now in a flanking position. You can attack this guy with advantage if you so choose.
Would it be from Alegria or from Mystere, do you think?
That is
Oh,
an excellent question.
Alegria.
Alegria, probably. Alegria is great. Although I do love the atmosphere of Mystere. I will geek out talk about Cirque du Soleil
The
all
new
night. I
score
freaking
of
love Cirque du Soleil.
Allegria is amazing, and I almost got to see it before the pandemic, and I'm so mad that I missed it. It's amazing. The soundtrack is so incredible. It's so good.
Another
It's
time.
so freaking good.
Okay, so while I burst out into song, apparently, I am going to give a little wave to my sister for giving me a flanking advantage,
Okay.
and I'm going to stab, hopefully well.
As you do that quickly, I love Arudno. The Russian die will give a 1 always. Good to see you back, Burner. Yes, Sangria, Light and Passion. Prince Justin, again, generously gifting a tier 1 sub to Burner. That's very nice of you, Prince Justin.
Back
Thank
burner.
you.
Who let back burner
And thank
in
you
here?
so much. Welcome back, Burner. Good to see you. And thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate it, Prince Justin.
Nice.
Hey, buddy. How
Okay,
you
we got
doing
a
back, Burner?
25 and is right. 11.
Yeah, and then it's 11 plus 2, so it's 13 points of damage.
You can't talk about the Russian die giving a 1 during the Olympics. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's the Russian Olympic Committee giving a die, apparently. What a joke. Anyway, okay. So, yes, you hit, you strike, and kind of as he's stabbed in between. He's between a rock and a hard place or a Kalashtar and a spiritual weapon.
And then, because I'm not done yet,
Right.
I'm going to flourish. So after I did all this jumping, I'm going to flourish my sword. And how is he looking like? Did that look like it hurt him at all that
It
much?
looked like it hurt him, but he still looks pretty steady. I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stab him in the eye again, and I'm going to do a little flourish that gives him 3 extra points of damage.
I love the flourish, as I said before, because it reminds me of Bruce Lee with the extra, like just the last little extra little bit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good stuff. And then you're obviously staying in that position, I assume, Merime?
Yeah, I'm going to stay there. I'm very happy, and I'm going to high five my sister from afar, and then Alarian, give him a bit of love too. We got this.
That's good because next up is the aforementioned Alarian.
Come on, Alarian.
Larian kind of spares a glance because he's sort of tracking all the everything going on, but he looks at what's her nuts on the other side of the bazaar.
Irulin, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, her. To see, because I mean, if these guys are acting like they are in some manner ensorcelled, he's trying to gauge if she's the one doing it.
Make an insight check for me.
Okay.
The ensorceling.
Yes. 8.
She's
So
just like-
no, he's busy.
Very,
He's
a bleep-eating grin, if you know what I mean.
yes,
It's like-
I've heard of them.
yes.
Don't ever want to see one. No, I've seen them on dogs. Actually, now that I think about it, unfortunately, when you're a vet tech, you see a lot of things you don't really want to see.
Yes.
Yeah, just cockaphasia is a terrible. Anyway, so he is going to continue taking the dodge.
Stop it!
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, taking the dodge action, but he's going to kind of look towards the guy in front of him, and there's a momentary hitch in his action because he doesn't know the guy's name, so he doesn't know what to call him, and so
this guy's
he's
the
just-
only one who introduced him, actually, himself. It's Kellark. He didn't. I mean, you can pretend you didn't know, but I'm just saying, like, he did say
Oh
his
well,
name.
if he did, if it does make sense that Alarian knew his name, then they will refer to him by name. Kellark, you do not wish to do this. Please desist.
Okay.
And he will continue to take the.
That's very Alarian. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So he appears not. He feels disinclined to accede to your request, and proceeds to attack again with 2 longsword attacks.
Do you owe him a longsword attack from last round?
No, I took that one.
Okay.
First one at disadvantage is again a 9. Second one is hold on a second. Second one is 16, which is not enough, I assume.
Correct.
Okay, give me 1 second.
For those of you watching at home, please remember that you can do things like try to trigger a boost to this channel. I have no idea how to do that, so don't even ask me. But you could send out tweets. We all sent out tweets, especially Arv. So if you need to, go to Twitter, retweet the tweet that Arv tweeted way back in the beginning, send your own tweet, and then cross-pollinate each other by retweeting each other's retweets and get that algorithm working for you.
He tweeted and then quote. Yes, thank you. That the last attack by the short sword with at disadvantage was 11. So the dodge continues to be doing a good job in preventing him from actually hitting and occupying them. The one that is on Merime is not liking the flank position, and so is going to, let's see, is going to, can we do that? Yeah, is going to disengage from the spiritual weapon, basically, up 5 feet here. And then is going to proceed with the attack against you, Merime. 2 longsword attacks. First one is a 12, which I'm sure is a
Misses.
miss. Second one is a 7, which is a terrible miss.
It is. Well done. Keep it up.
Yeah, keep it up. Apparently he only knows how to fight with the short sword because the short sword is a 24. So that's he just needs to just use his short sword all the time. Okay, that is another 7 points of damage. He's actually doing a whole lot of damage on the short sword side. And okay, let's see. Okay, so one thing I wanted to note about them is, so when you hit them, when you hit these ones, I should have mentioned this before. When you hit them, you did damage them, but you feel like they were not as hurt as they should have been, but it's not resisting you. It's as if they are somehow infused with some kind of excess amount of health or preservation of some kind. And this applies to everyone who's hit something so far. So basically, Merime and Nisiana, you've seen in both cases the fact that they're again, this sort of feverishness seems to be attending to the vitality. They have an unnatural vitality about them, I think is the way that I would describe it. So I just wanted to point that one out. And the last one is the one that's attacking Nisiana. And that is going to be 2 with a longsword. So we're looking at a 12 and a 12. Terrible. And then critically hits with the short sword. Again, like just needs to really... Apparently, the short sword is doing all the work. It's the MVS, most valuable short sword. 9 points of damage here.
All right.
Nisiana.
Hold on.
So I think you're at 16, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I am at 16.
Good way to put it, Arudnell, yes. I mean, they minded a little bit, but not as much as they should have.
Okay.
Okay. So those are the veterans. All right, now, my wife called me. I need to fix the window down in the bedroom. That's what she was calling me about. So I got to go do that quickly. I apologize. I was hoping to get to the break first. So talk amongst yourselves. Go ahead and plot and plan and stuff. And when I come back, Nisiana, you'll do your attack. I'm sorry, chat. Bear with me.
All good. Life happens.
Yeah. Do it.
All right. I think I'm gonna have to bust out some healing.
Yeah.
Guess what I remembered? I have preserved life, which can heal both of us.
Oh, good. Can you disengage, Nisiana, or?
Well, I don't really want to because I can bring the spiritual weapon and get advantage on this dude again.
Perfect.
Except I don't use. But the advantage works really well with the spiritual weapon, and I can I can't sacred flame him if I'm healing you and me, which I will do because, ow.
I'm going to try to use a spell. If anyone has any ideas in the chat, do feel free to chime in. I'm going to try to use a spell and see if I get more maximal attack, like something very subtle like Shatter or something.
Yeah, because right now all I can think of spiritual weapon and preserve life, which is a divinity spell.
I might go for the one near you, Nisiana.
Well, it works.
If we can get one of them,
I can.
Yeah. If we can get one down.
If you can move to like here or here, I'm going to move the spiritual weapon to here because it can move 30 feet.
I can disengage and come your way. I just didn't want them to flank you if I move beyond you and then they come flank you. So
they can. That is a problem.
Yeah, that was my worry. That's why I was kind of staying in combat with that one.
There is no soup pot for us to hide into. So
Oh.
I understand that could be really good. And Nisiana would be able to hide in the soup pot quite readily. She is tiny. Oh my gosh. Wait, we might actually get a Larian. Sorry, John just contacted me.
Well, tell him that Tren's doing such a good job. No, I'm kidding.
No, don't tell him that.
We love you, John. That would be nice.
He says that he can get in about 10 minutes, which actually is quite convenient for Greg to have to go fix a window.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody want to know about new book that is?
I would love to know about this new book.
Yes.
This is a new book that you should know about, Tren, because I'm going to ask you. Well, actually, I have asked my editor to make sure you get to read it. It's called Shadowrun, Elfin Black.
Mm-hmm. I just get to read it. I don't have to narrate it or anything.
Oh no, you do have to narrate it. You have to put in all the voices. The main
you meant out loud.
No, yeah, out loud. I actually got that reference. 9 hours of silence and breathing with, oh, you meant out loud.
Uh-huh.
I recorded it.
Yes. So Elfin Black is about Elfin John, a character from a short story collection, World of Shadows. He is a London-based mage. He claims to be hermetic. He is in fact a black mage, but so he prefers the stick, but the carrot, but he will use the stick if necessary to get shit done. And he has daddy problems. and daddy problems that come with golden handcuffs. If y'all know what golden handcuffs are. Is in very rich family, daddy holds the purse strings.
Okay, very different from what I was thinking. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Wrong,
me too.
wrong.
Yeah.
No, no, this is actually totally PG-13.
Take me to church and now.
I did stretch the limits a bit with Makeda Red, but only a little bit. Elfin Black is John has been asked, and the character's name is John. I actually had Tuckerized the person. Has been asked by his father to open a new club in Snohomish. So, as a Shadowrun author, I get to help establish what Snohomish looks like in the Seattle Metroplex. As I live in the area and have spent a lot of time in Snohomish because I play a game called Pokemon Go and Ingress, or used to play Ingress, I have created a game in Snohomish called Touchstone. It's an AR game that features a little bit. Okay, Pharaoh.
Ladder. No, I was licking
Yeah, I
you.
know. He likes my lotion. Yes, we are all very bad people because we all are, we do have our minds in the gutters.
No.
When you say golden handcuffs,
Well, see,
I say,
no, don't go
50
there.
Shades
Don't
of
go.
Golden Handcuffs. That's what comes
No.
to
So I used to live in the Bay Area, and then I was brought up.
That's what they mean there too. No,
For
it's-
Microsoft, I worked for Microsoft Office Live Meeting. It was called Placeware, and the golden handcuffs included I could buy a house and a signing bonus, and I didn't lose my job in the middle of the recession. So
You say our minds are in the gutter. Your minds are in the gutter. But because they are there, they are blocking my periscope. So I'm actually significantly lower than you.
I really wish I knew you when I lived in the Bay Area, Trent. I really do. But in any case, John has to open a club, and while he's there, he has to figure out where a missing girl is and how it is.
Is that why he's not here tonight? John is opening a club somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong John. Wrong John.
Oh, I'm
John
sorry.
is a completely different character. But John
Didn't think of
is
it.
actually on his way. We are tap dancing like mad here.
That's exciting.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
very
really
good.
fat. Tap dancing and me, no.
Don't worry,
no.
I'll tap dance all over these golden handcuffs. Don't
That's,
you worry.
that's
I
like
got
a
this
minotaur
one.
in
I
high
got
heels.
this one
It's just
covered.
not a good. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I suppose we could open up the floor to questions if people have questions about us as writers or creators or.
Trendane, do you know a minotaur who's in high heels? I'm
I'm
very
a furry.
curious.
I know many minotaurs. Many minotaurs, especially with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness coming out. There's a minotaur in the trailer. Oh
I'm
my
so
god, he's
excited
so
about
cute.
that.
He's
Me
so
too. I can't
cute.
wait.
And apparently, in the comics, he was an apprentice to Doctor Strange for a long time.
Neat.
Yeah. He's
And
cute.
since we're going there, I have a question of whether or not anybody actually understands what a munch is. Just throwing that one out there.
He's a detective on Law and Order, I think.
No, munch. No. Okay. If you don't know.
And Homicide Life on the Streets before that.
The
One of the
process
few
co-editing-
one of the few franchise crossover characters.
Justin would like to know what it's like to co-edit an anthology. It's putting two people with very strong opinions in the same room to discuss and determine the direction of the project. If those of you who don't know, I've edited an anthology with Kat Rambo, who's from Espergenesis, called The Reinvented Heart, and we are now working on The Reinvented Detective. Our discussion involves why certain stories should be in versus why certain stories should not be in. And we listen to each other, we learn from each other, and we put our egos slightly to the side because if you know Kat Rambo, we're both very strong-willed women. And so it turns out, but we come from two different directions. Greg,
I do know.
John?
I do know Cat Rambo.
John
well.
is on his way. He'll be here in a couple of minutes.
Oh,
He put that into
Yeah.
the Discord, so
that's
And
very
we have to-
exciting.
And Crit Witch, to address your oddly curiosity, the Minotaur on high heels is actually a Minotaur drag queen named Miranda Wrights, is her name, and no, that's where John's supposed to pop in and say, "Shut up, Tren," and didn't happen. So, no.
Third protocol.
I think we figured out what third protocol is.
Exactly. Third
I think
protocol.
we figured it out.
Anyway, my apologies. Yeah, we have a.
Miranda writes,
Yes.
I want to die.
That's-
Anyway.
You're welcome.
Utterly ridiculous. I had. We have a. There's a broken part on one of the windows that's right above our bed in our room. We haven't been able to get the part yet, and so it is, as Rob will attest, been super windy around where I am and cold. And so when wind blows back against this side of the house, the wind is just like, like right down onto the bed. And my wife was like, if we don't put the plastic stuff that you sometimes put on, like that you, he's like, if you don't put this on now, I am going to freeze to death before you arrive here after this. I'm like, all right, I better go do this now. So
Yeah, that's
Arv,
good.
next time,
thing.
sorry, I'm talking over. What were you saying, Jen?
I said, no, that was a smart thing to do.
Mhm.
thank you for
Arv,
my
next
apology.
time, try buying a complete house.
Listen,
like
my dude,
like
all
a
right?
finish.
It was complete 200 years
One.
ago when it was built. No, it's
There you go.
This thing has been great. I actually really, really like the house, but
If she freezes to death before you get there, now you'll have like 8 ghosts in the house.
right. There have been people talking about that, and they were just like, are you worried about ghosts? I'm like, I am hoping the ghosts will. I'm a writer, my dudes. I want the ghosts to improve my work. I'm assuming. I'm all about my, ghost captain.
How would you like to live the true Alan Wake experience?
I know, right?
I
I
did
literally,
live in
my
a-
office is right below where they used to have a widow's walk, like right out here,
Yeah.
looking out of the ocean.
Oh
so,
my
So
God.
cool.
yeah.
When I lived in Belgium, I lived in a 300-year-old mansion that had a bell tower and an escape tunnel I wasn't supposed to know about,
Ooh.
and it was in fact haunted. Like serious, like falling out of windows but not getting hurt. Going down escape tunnels, but the rope was broken, but we didn't fall. Very, very. Even my father, who's very skeptical, actually had something walk up behind him because he would come like 4 a.m. and turn on the heat. A 300-year-old mansion with a backyard as big as a football field with an 8-foot stone wall, which, when there was danger, Bruges, the city of Bruges, would come and camp in the backyard. I mean, not in the modern-ish 1980s day, but it would happen. So
That's slick. Yeah, no, I mine is 1803. But it's been. I mean, like I said, I continue to pinch myself at how amazing the office is. Just like, oh my God, I'm not in a closet anymore. It's so great. It's so great. I love this office so much. Anyway, so I don't know if we want. So let me ask everybody. I mean, should what we do is like go again? I'm sorry because it's got confused because of the window. Should we go on break and let John come and then continue from there with the combat? Do we want to
Yes.
do that?
Yeah,
Does that make
that's not a bad
sense?
plan.
So
Might
let's
be
do that.
easier, yeah.
So we'll take this about 5-10 minutes, chat. My apologies again for the disruption. When we come back, we'll continue this combat with John in the role of Evalorian. And
Or it
in the
should be.
meantime, please make sure that you are following us so you can see more of the amazing
He's an
play
Elorian.
of Tren Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of soon-to-be-seen John Helfers, of Jennifer Brozek, and of Darkside Rob. We'll be right back to you folks in just a few minutes. Until then, please hold tight.
Zagazant.
Okay. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the fun and the fray. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all back, and I'm going to move us over because, as you can see, we have been joined by someone.
No, we
Sort
haven't.
of.
Wait,
Almost.
Sort of.
Not
Nope.
quite,
Yeah.
but soon.
Like we were saying, he's on the phone. We weren't
Yes,
giving you a
we were-
thumbs up. We were saying he's on the phone.
Oh,
He
okay.
was-
I thought you were all being funny. I was like,
He's a very busy. Yes.
my fault. I thought you were being well. Thank you for the resub.
His
It's lost. Good to
entourage
see you,
called
man.
him.
Hope all's well.
and
Yes, the entourage called. But as you can see, we've been joined by the fifth member of the Infinity and Beyond crew. John is back. John, hope you're hanging in there okay. How's everything and all that stuff? And we already know who you're playing because we've been playing you. But I think you're muted, John, right now.
I see
Hey,
that on roll
hey, Greg.
20 that Trend has taken my icon as his, which is a little strange. So
Yep. I don't know if you understand this yet, John, but you have been replaced.
yeah. No, it's good. Everything is good. The situation is not resolved. Is much improved. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So
Okay, good.
hence I'm able to be here. So it's all good. And
I'm very
glad
glad.
and
The
And-
manner by which I did that was the drop down at the bottom of the chat window. I set it to your name instead of mine, so it would roll your.
that's funny. Okay. And also
Drop
the
bears were involved?
insight roll is also on brand for Valerian. So good job.
Aim to
Very
please.
good.
Yes, it's been very
And-
very Alarian-ish played.
The last thing he said was to Hakon or whoever the dwarf is. It's right there.
Keller.
That's exactly what I said. He said, to him, Alarian said to him, you don't want to do this. Please desist. Was the last thing he said to him, and then went to
Okay, that's-
dodge.
yep.
action.
Inappropriate.
Okay.
Otherwise, dodge. So yes, the,
Yep.
the tactical situation. So John's back with us. It's good to see you, John, and thank you, Trent,
Yep.
for running him in John's
Thank
absence.
you very much. Yeah. Yep.
And the situation that we find ourselves in at the moment, Yana had a very interesting discussion, I would say, really enjoyable thing to roleplay of with Zodor Tarev. Then Tantin
It
had
was
the
fun
chance
for me too.
had the chance to do a lot of work with the Oracle of War and discovered some interesting information, I think, about the nature of the machine, which he did not pass on to Hilar Bersal because I was thinking in my mind, little ears, like, don't say there's kids. In this case, it was the Grey Dogs. He was trying not to reveal this too. So Hilar went outside. And then Merime and Nisiana and you, Ilarion, were dealing with this battle. Just the last tactical bit of information I'll give you. You can see there's a spiritual weapon that's out there now. You can also see that there are 3 that are fighting. One, the dwarf has engaged you very unsuccessfully to this point. However, the other 2 have gone around and have been doing some fairly decent damage to Merime and Nisiana, who have done some damage back to them. But in each of these cases, you've noticed that there is something strange about the ones that you're fighting. There's a kind of feverish vitality about them is the way to describe it. And I described it as almost like Victorian era consumption, like flushed face and that kind of thing. And when you hit them, you damage them. You haven't attacked yet yourself because you've been dodging, but when they hit their person, it damaged them, but it seemed as if it did not damage them as much as you would have expected, but it's not resistance exactly. It just seems like an excess of health that you're addressing. And so
Interesting. Okay.
I think that's
Thank you.
where we're at.
Thank you.
Right now, the initiative does not include Tantin or Yana because they're not there. The
Right.
last thing is that Tantin did scream out as you, or I should say not Tantin, Tren screamed out as you as Ilarion, Sheriff at the beginning of the fight, but the Sheriff has not arrived on the scene yet for whatever that's worth.
That is the only thing I probably wouldn't have done, but otherwise everything else is spot on. So we're all good.
He yelled
Well,
out.
it wasn't like sheriff. It was like sheriff.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I know. It's more the command. Yeah, I know.
Right.
I got why you did it. Don't worry. I totally
Okay.
would. Yeah.
Then he also sang some
Don't ever
Backstreet
do it
Boys
again.
songs. No, I'm just kidding. None of it was right. Anyway, so there we are, and I think we were up at the top, Nisiana, with you, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
let me begin with you.
Okay, so the first thing I am going to do is remember the fact that I can channel divinity, and I'm going to preserve life on
Okay.
myself and my sister, as we have both been hit quite a bit, and give 10 points back to both of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
To confirm,
the first
preserve
thing?
life does not require that you be below half hit points. Yes, it doesn't matter.
Oh wait,
Okay.
let me make sure.
The reason why is
Let me
because
make-
in Solasta that I've been playing a lot, which is based on OGL, preserve life is only below half hit points. But I'm sure it's different in D&D. I just want to double check.
No more than half. It's no. The only caveat is I can't give more than half the hit points back.
I see. Okay, right. So 10 would be fine.
Yeah, there.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, no, wait. So 10 to each of us. Then I am going to.
No. See, this
Move.
is what I'm saying. This feature can restore a creature to no more than half of its hit point maximum.
Oh.
See, so it is what I thought it was.
I do not, in fact, do preserve life yet.
Okay. I thought I was like,
have it
something
in-
doesn't quite, I don't.
But it's chambered.
Yeah, oh,
It
it's
is
ready.
chambered.
You are ready to preserve life. Life is ready to be
So
preserved.
in the meantime, my sacred flame, my spiritual weapon is going to move back to 30 feet or
Okay.
20 feet, and it's going to attack at advantage.
Okay.
And then I am going to sacred flame this guy. Okay, I'm
Or
gonna
not.
miss.
Neither one is going to hit, sadly.
I'm gonna the spiritual weapon is going to miss, and then I'm going to attempt to sacred flame this guy.
Okay.
Mm.
Sacred flame. All right. Let's see. He will not make that save, so
Do the fire.
he will take 5 points of damage. Do the fire.
You
You
know,
will take
I
5
will
points
take
of
that.
damage.
Can I move at this point without invoking an attack of opportunity?
If you move 5 feet away, if you go more than that, then you
I
roll
will
for both.
move 5 feet away this way.
That's fine. Yeah, if you could just engage like that, that's fine. Okay. That is going to bring us on to Merime, who is dealing with her own flushed face, weirdly life vitality guy.
Yeah. Okay, so I felt that when I hit him, did I feel that I made less damage with my weapon, or did I feel that like
the
he just-
damage you did wasn't affecting him as much as it should have. It's not resistance because you did damage him the same amount. It's just that it's like, I think Rob described it as you opened up a gaping hole, but they didn't care. Or no, Rudenell maybe did. And that's not, it's not quite that level, but it's sort of like that. Like they were like, oh, you hit me. Well, okay. type of thing.
Okay.
But they were hurt by it, clearly.
Okay, well let's I am going to see how he likes this particular show trick. I'm going to target just behind him because I need a 10-foot radius, and I'm going to cast Shatter.
Okay.
Hang on, let me.
Ooh.
So. It's going to be loud, but I mean, Alarian wanted to get the.
Get
So you need
sheriff,
to-
yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff. So we're making
Holy
ourselves known.
crap.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of the
Wow.
effect on the walls and the table you're standing on. And
It's a 10-foot, so I'm okay because I'm doing it at the wall, but the wall
Yeah.
might be done. And whatever. It is what it is. But it says it
Um,
only affects creatures, so
He
Oh.
definitely does not make a Constitution saving throw in that one.
so that's 21 points of thunder damage.
Okay. So he is going to be hit by that, and he does not like any of that. Okay. All right. He would take that. Definitely hurt, although not close to death yet, but definitely hurt. That did a lot. Okay. And are you staying where you are?
I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to just kind of shout back at Alarian and say, Alarian, protect Nisiana. But Nisiana, I'm only asking him this because I know you've got this, and you get 1d6 of inspiration, Nisiana. And I'm not. You can sense me in the mind link hesitating for a second. Remember that time when? And then I'm like, no. And then you see a picture of the story with the cat and the fish and also the bathtub, and it was a funny story.
Oh,
It was a funny
Yeah,
story.
okay.
Put the
cat
wrong
was
one in the
happy.
water, didn't you?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The cat was, yeah, and then it didn't end well for the two of us, but the cat was very happy at the end with how it turned out. So
It was a gravity test, but eventually the cat was fed.
yeah, and you know we it didn't turn out for so well. We were kind of hurt after that, but we had a great time. Good story for the ages. But I don't tell it out loud this time because I'm busy laughing. I'm remembering the cat.
Which has got to be a little unsettling to the guy you're facing off against, as you just suddenly start laughing while you're doing this.
After having shattered him, just like,
Right.
like you're just like, wow. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff, Maramay. And so I think, assuming that's your turn,
Weird stuff.
assuming that's your turn, we're going to head on down to Ilarion.
I am
Ilarion,
happy.
You were up.
Wait, I'm sorry, they didn't go. They rolled a little worse than I did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They did not roll well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Quick question: between the two of them, who is more hurt of my companions? Companions. Excuse
Definitely.
me.
They're both actually equally hurt. Quite literally equally.
I'm at half the hit points, and Mary May is
Same.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's either one, but Marimay did say to defend Nisiana, and Marimay can usually defend herself. So, well, the first thing I'm doing, of course, is attacking the dwarf in front of me. He didn't take a swing. He did swing at me, right? You just said he missed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Oh
dodged.
yeah, multiple times. That's what happens when you plus dodge.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I will strike back. Starforge, strike back. Anyways,
Starforge,
let's see what
strike.
happens here. Well, not great.
That will
11.
miss. Unfortunately, that 11 will not get the job done.
That's only 5. All right, I'll let it go. Okay.
By the way, Trent, when you described the fact that he like armored up, which I know John had said he had done right at the end of the last session, and then pulled the sword, all I could think was just Voltron. Just like he's like armors up, pulls out the sword. I'm like, all right, and
The armored version is underway by Hannah, and it's looking awesome.
Ooh,
So,
sweet. That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
Who's,
All right, that was my miss. I will stay engaged with him. That's all I can really do right now. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So we no longer have the dodge situation now. They're just
Real
trying
quick,
to hit you normally. Yes.
since John was not here for the introductions, what feat did you take for 4th level?
Oh yes, that's right. What feat did you take?
Or did you up some?
I was going to talk to Greg, but circumstances precluded that.
Oh, well, then never mind.
What I did originally was I raised my strength by 1 and I raised my charisma by 1.
Right.
I wanted to talk, but I never. That's just what I did. For 4th level, we'll call it good. It's
Okay.
fine. That's what happened. Yep.
Okay.
Unless he's going to give us the bonuses and a feat, like some people do. But I don't think Greg's
That'd
going
be
to.
nice.
What people are these?
Nice people.
These
There
are
are
people who
DMs
lose
that-
control of their adventure. That's what these people are.
When you get to 4th level, hey, we're big damn heroes. I thought.
Yeah,
So,
you
know.
are definitely heroes. That's for sure. We'll see how big and, damned you
I'm
are.
fairly large. Hey, Elarian's fairly large. Not gonna lie.
Well, what's up, Dragon?
Anywho,
Okay, so the veterans will then launch their attack. Now, each of these veterans, I should say, since you weren't here for this, John, each of them have a long sword and a short sword, and they attack twice with a long sword and once with a short sword. When they moved around to engage Nisiana and Maramay, they did so in a very coordinated way, avoiding you, so as to go around and avoid attacks of opportunity, as if this was all set up. They've also, this all seems very attempted.
Planned.
Like Maramay even attempted to did an incredible persuasion, and they were just like whoosh, there was like nope. So this is clearly all part of the plan. So with
and
that
each one
said,
gets 3 attacks, eh? Okay.
here comes the first
Right.
attack from the longsword, which is a 12, which is a joke. Second one, and for some reason they've only been hitting with the short swords, but they've been doing that quite a bit. This is a 21 on the short sword.
Yes.
That's what I thought. So that is that for that guy. Now the one that's
Now, hold on. Wait. I
Yes.
thought you said that was 3 attacks. You only did 2.
No, I did the 2 longsword already. 12 were both misses, and then the
they
short
were
sword
double.
was that
Okay,
one.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
So now the one with Maramay is going to do the same thing. 2 longsword attacks, which is again a 12 and an 8, and this time a clean miss with the short sword as well with an 11. It's not cool.
Ha! I've thrown him off.
Apparently
It's
this
the
one
cackling.
is. Exactly. That's where he's just like, dude, what? Okay. This one's going to disengage 5 feet from the sword there, so as to attack Nisiana.
Oh, damn it.
And is going to, let's see. And thank you for the follow, whoever's name is that I can't read, because it's in the wrong place in the screen. Let's move it down there. Thank you for whoever that was. Okay, and they are going to attack twice with the longsword. That is a 20 and a 9, Nisiana.
20 hits.
Okay. And
I wish
that
to use
is
my
gonna be-
reaction. Hold on.
Okay.
If an ally within 30 feet of you is hit with an attack, you may spend your reaction to send a piece of your Aegis out to defend them. The chosen ally gains +4 AC until the end of their next turn, and I have -4 AC until the end of my next turn.
Oof.
Okay.
That puts me up to 21.
So then it doesn't
Yep.
hit. All right.
Correct.
Good stuff. Short sword then is a 23. This short sword is just does not stop. Okay. And that is
Better one
to-
attack hitting than two.
Oh, for
so.
sure.
Mhm.
7
Yep.
points of damage, Nisiana, on that piercing.
That puts me down to 9.
Yep. All right. That's going to bring
I
us up to the
did
top.
what I could.
No, that Aegis was cool. I love that effect.
You kept me from dropping.
Okay.
Yep.
Then when does that last till? I'm sorry, John. When does that last?
At the end of both of our next turns.
Okay.
So when her turn ends, it goes back down. When my turn ends, it goes back. Yes.
So at the moment, you will have -4 AC during.
I'm at 8. I'm at 18.
Okay,
I'm at
got
18. That's
Got it.
correct.
Okay, Nisiana, you're up.
Okay, so then I shall move the sword up so that I am flanking.
Okay.
And the sword will. Oh, where's my advantage?
Well,
25.
that will certainly hit.
I am doing such terrible damage and so angry making.
Hitting a lot though.
And then I'm going to Sacred Flame him. Because
Okay, let's see. He dodges out of the way of that sacred flame. He is not hit by it.
that's not good. All right.
Okay, and Nisiana, you are going to stay where you are movement-wise, I assume?
Is there a 5 foot between me and Alarian, between this guy and Alarian?
No, they're right next to each other.
Oh,
That's
wow.
huge.
Why is there a giant?
I think John just added that.
I was trying to do the code that I'm at a lower armor class, and for some reason it's gigantic. So
It is.
it was just a little marker.
Quite giant.
Suddenly hieroglyphics appear on Erlarian's
I think I will. Oh, Jesus. If I move, that will put there. I think I'm going to stay put.
Okay.
I will stay put.
Okay. So that's going to lead us to Merime with Alarian on deck. Merime, what would you like to do with your shattered person?
And
Yes.
Jen, your armor class bonus is now over.
It's what?
It's now
It's
over.
over. This is your next turn. It's now, yeah.
Well,
And you,
It helped.
okay, how hurt, Nisiana? You look pretty hurt, right?
I am pretty hurt, but just
Okay,
I will
I
heal
am,
myself.
what I'm going to do then is I am going to use this fun little spell. So it's a bonus action. So I can now disengage from Monsieur Mini.
Yep.
Without any whoa, the names are flying. Without an attack of opportunity. I am going to back away here. Here beside Nisiana and Alarian.
Okay.
I'm going to put my hands on both of them. And because that was a bonus action, I still have an action.
Okay.
Shocking grasp.
I am going to
Going to necromantically take all of their energy.
they're dead, but I feel great.
I'm an ash hound. Like,
I could see
Empiric
Mermaid at some level.
And I'm going to cast heroism so that you
Mm.
both get so what is it up? Hit points up to your
sweet.
spell casting ability modifier. So that's 5 now. So you each get 5 extra hit points that renew each round.
Right, they do not
Starts
stack.
at the beginning
they
of
renew.
your turn,
Yeah.
right? It
Right.
just renew exactly. Yep.
For a whole minute. So that's my concentration. And when I do that, unfortunately, I fuck up my oops. You don't care. I fuck up my kinetic jaunt because I can't hold 2 concentration spells, so that
yes,
one
yes,
drops.
yes.
I
Interesting.
basically just use it to get to them.
Okay.
And then I am going to. I feel pretty good about what I've just accomplished. And I'm going to move 1 up so that to make sure that Dispanum doesn't go after my sister.
Okay. All right. Good stuff then. And next up is going to be the person who's just departed. And is currently not appearing in this picture. So yeah, we had a chance to actually get to see kinetic jaunt.
For like 2 seconds.
For like
I could
2 seconds. It was like, well, that's right. Everyone's like, did they move? Did she move? Is that even possible? And then
Don't worry, I've got it. Hi, I'm Valerian.
you sound more like something like racers. Start your engines. Like,
Sure, start your engines. Go get your pride.
or like, welcome to the salvage market of salvation. $2.99 for each.
Ow!
That
Don't you hate it when
sheriff's
you do
voice.
something in character and then realize out of character, you're like, oh, out of character, that might have not have been the best thing to do.
I'm glad
Damn
that
it.
you're playing it in character though, so that like that's better.
I
That's a
am
good way to
playing it.
err.
I am playing it very in character as much as I possibly can, but tactically, I am very unhappy with Nisiana right now.
Damn it, Alicia. Okay. Okay. Alarian, you are up, sir.
Yep. A minor catastrophe that was, well, could have been catastrophe, but it was all good. All
Okay.
right. All right. So first thing, I get 5 temporary hit points. That's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My armor class is still low. I'm going to try to attack again. All right. Warming up.
Still a bit.
Swish.
Okay. I am going to spend. Oh God. I am going to spend. This is the problem with D4s. I am going to spend 2 soul dice to try to hit this guy because that damage is too good to pass up.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
2. All right. So here we go. Oh, D4. D4. Come on. And that's it. 2D4 though, not 1. Okay. And that gives me 15.
Miss.
Damn it.
All right.
Crap.
What's his armor? What's it in?
What's
What's he dressed in?
We don't know yet.
He is wearing. Well, I mean, you don't know the actual thing.
Oh,
He's wearing
No.
a kind of dark. It looks like studded leather, but there seems to be more to it. It might be even infused somehow with metal.
Apparently, yeah. Well, he
so-
might have a high dex too. All right. Guess I can hit something someday. Okay. Still.
Actually, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. It's not. It's splint. It's not. It's not studded leather. It's splint. Beg your
Oh
pardon.
well, if I had roll higher, I might have been able to tag that, but this wasn't good enough. Okay, stupid 1.
Sorry about that,
That's-
Lyrian.
That's it. Yeah,
And,
that's all right. Yeah. that's
Now
what it
the
is.
veterans are going to attack. Now, so they get 1 turn with you on this lower AC. Yes.
No, his turn just ended.
Oh, his turn ended, so that we're back.
Oh, you know what? You're
I guess
right.
that's right.
My
So
turn
he's
just
back up to his
ended.
number. Okay.
So,
All right. So 2 longsword attacks. That second one is a 21. Still not enough, right? Okay. And then the short sword is a 7, and that's a joke. So those 2 are misses. Definitely, they've just been that whole fight over there has just been like clang miss, clang miss.
looks
Like,
amazing, but not much really getting done.
my daughter's
Fire
basketball
food to the
team.
max.
My daughter's 8th grade basketball team won their second game today to go to
Right.
2-0. I was very proud of them, and they went and they won 10-4. But the coach of the team was like, "You did win. That was a little ugly because the team they were playing was not very good." And so it's been a little bit of that sort of feel of the
Oh,
enough
Wait.
bricks to build a
Wait.
house on the court, if you know what I'm saying,
Wait.
like while they're shooting. Yes.
Basketball.
Yeah,
What was that score again?
10-4.
Yikes.
8th grade.
That's a
Rob.
hockey score.
8th grade.
Yeah.
8th grade girls basketball is not a high scoring affair. They won their last game 16-6.
Hey,
so,
hey,
you know.
double digits.
They
All
played good. They played
Yeah.
good defense. My daughter got a rebound. I mean, like, you know, there was
Nice. Huh?
good stuff. It was a defensive presence down low, intimidating force. You know. Okay. So anyway, let's see. So that was the dwarven veteran. Now the human one on Merime. Let's see. That's going to Merime. You're here? Yes. I just want to make sure I'm clear on where everybody is.
I'm making sure he won't be able to get to Nisiana and try to flank her or something.
Definitely will not, but will be able to get to you. Is going to come up here, just to the end of the bench,
It's all good. I feel good about my efforts.
and is going to attack you with the 2 longsword attacks. First one is an 8. Second one is a 12.
Doing good. Keep it
His
up.
Third one is a 23 with the sword.
No, see,
the
no,
short
stop
sword. He
it.
just never, but he never hits with a longsword ever. It's amazing.
Actually, I'm going to use my reaction to up her armor class as well.
Okay, so let's see.
I
That
can
was
do it
a-
every round. It doesn't.
right.
Nothing. There's no. That's part of the thing.
So it's a
Aegis Guardian,
23.
so +4 to your AC. Yep.
So what was? Does
Does that
hit
help you
anyway?
enough, Mermaid?
How much does it bring me up by 4?
By 4.
It brings me up to 21.
So it won't matter.
Oh, it's not enough. Okay. Well, you'll still keep it for next round, anyways.
I feel the love though, and that's important.
Exactly.
Exactly,
All
Prince
right.
Justin. One day he'll get his longsword out of the bag. One of these days. Okay,
Ooh.
6 points of damage to you, Merime,
Okay, I'm
of piercing damage there. And the last one is going to be attacking. Nisiana, the one that's been attacking her.
No.
And is going to do the 2 longsword attacks. Oh my god, it's unbelievable. 9, 13, and then the short sword is 22. It's amazing. I don't
22 hits.
I don't know. 6 points of damage.
Wow.
Brings you
I
down
am-
to 3,
I'm down to-
I think.
3. That's okay. I
Yeah.
got this. I got
You
this.
do. You got this. You're fine.
Yeah, and
I
we
believe
do
in
got this because
Eberron.
it's back up to you.
Wait,
You're back
remember-
into your round. Oh, sorry.
And you
what's
have
up?
4 extra hit points.
Oh,
I
right,
do
right,
have
right,
an
right,
extra
right.
four.
5.
That's right.
5 extra
5
hit points.
extra
5
hit
extra
points.
points.
5. So I'm up to 8. I'm up to 8, but I am
Hale and
going
hearty
to do
8.
prayer of healing at this point for me and for. I don't think Alarian's actually hurt at this point.
No, Alarian is not
Correct.
hurt. Has neither hurt nor been hurt. It's
Once.
Yeah.
For once, Alarian is not hurt, but
Thanks for coming, Ilarian.
what happened? So me and oh god, really only 8 plus 4.
Okay, so 12
So
to
12.
you and Merime.
Me and Merime,
Okay,
because we're the only ones hurt.
that's right. All right, so 20
Thank you.
is for you and 22
To
for
20.
Merime, I believe.
And my sword attacks at advantage. Come on. Do some damage. Pretty please. Thank
That's
you.
awesome.
Yes, that will hit. Okay, and 11 points of damage. Okay, starting to look kind of hurt. You've done a decent amount of damage to these, but as I've talked about many times, they're definitely something's going on with them. But
Yep.
they're definitely starting to look a little hurt for sure. Nisiana, you're going to stay within in that spot, or
I'm trying to figure out what I need to do. I don't think should move. At this point, it doesn't make sense for me to move, as far as I can tell tactically.
then I will
So-
have you stay. Then you can stay where you are if that's the case. And
Yep.
Merime is up next. All right, Merime, what would you like to do?
How's the one in front of me looking? Like I hit it a couple times. I shattered it.
Yes, he's also looking kind of hurt. Not as hurt as you would have hoped for, but definitely hurt.
Sheesh. Sheesh. What's his problem?
Mhm.
Okay, I am going to stab him.
Okay. you may
Hopefully.
proceed. Let's see if that happens.
I'm trying to.
Yes,
So
26 will absolutely hit. So 6.
good. And then 6 plus 2 for the damage. It's 8.
Okay.
Someday I'll figure out how to make that work.
Yep.
So I stab him, and then do I want to? Yeah, you know what? I am still hurting, and I'm about to lose those extra ones. So I'm going to do a defensive flourish.
Okay.
Which I believe will only add only 2, but that's better than nothing. So it will also, he gets 2 extra points of damage, and then I get 2 defensive flourish to my AC extra.
Okay, and that lasts through your next
sense.
turn?
Yeah, that lasts my next turn, yeah.
Okay, so 2 more points that he took. Okay, sounds good. You're staying where you are, Mermaid?
Yeah, I am close to my sister and Eberron, and I am not particularly fond of how much we're hurt.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, that's going to lead us to Eberron is up next. The person is still in front of you, Eberron. I'm going to take off that. I guess actually I shouldn't because you have lower AC at the moment.
Still going, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hope the third time's the charm instead. There we go.
Yes!
24 will hit, yes.
And that is nearly max damage, 11 points.
Finally, you will break through. And again,
And
you do
And
damage.
that's radiant damage, by the way. Oh, it's radiant damage.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah, he
not
takes.
just regular stuff.
No, I got you.
Okay.
He takes that damage, but it does not seem to do anything extra. Again, it's odd that he seems to take it somewhat in stride, or seem to be not as thrown off by it as you might have expected.
Okay. At least I hit the guy for once.
Exactly. You're staying where you are, Eberron, I assume. Or
yeah. Hold on a second. That was an 18 I rolled, right? Straight up.
I think it was.
Hold on a second. I think it's 19. It has an ability. Oh, on a critical. Just a critical. All right, fine. Okay, that's it. That's my turn. Yes, I've hurt him finally. So yay.
Okay.
There you go.
He is going to.
And your AC returns to normal.
That's true.
Right. So he's back up to the 23.
22.
Or 22, rather. This guy's going to try again. 16, 9, and 16. All misses.
Nope.
Thank you, Orb Weaver. It's been a little while. Good to see you, Orb Weaver. Thank you for the prime
Wow.
sub. I appreciate it. It has been a while. Good to see you, Orb Weaver. Welcome. Okay. Good stuff. And then we have, so that was missed there. The veteran attacks Merame. Ooh. That is a critical plus a 17 and a 7. So I think the 17, well, does it miss?
No, it misses because I have a 19 armor class
That's
right now
right.
because of my flourish.
The other one was a critical hit on the longsword, sadly.
It did.
That
You
is going to
skewered
be
me.
11 points of damage. Now, do you have the additional, the temporary?
No, they don't account to me. They only
That's
work
right.
for the other 2.
So 11. Now, the other thing is, when you get hit by this,
Oh yeah, because it's the first time we get hit by a long sword.
yeah, hit by a longsword. Well, what I'm also thinking about, too, is about the concentration that you've got kept up in the temp. So I need you to roll and make
That's
a
true.
Constitution saving throw to see.
I got this.
I may have missed that last round, but if I did, oh well.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, so you're fine. You're able to maintain the concentration on it. You just take the... It's just at 11 points of damage. No big deal.
but this is for the safety of my friends and my sister. I will keep my concentration up as I get skewered.
This is for the good of my party.
Here's
just-
scratch.
Chris Justin, you have no reason to hate concentration checks.
Yeah, why would you
There's
hate
no
concentration
justification
checks?
for that?
Okay, and then we've got the one that is attacking Nisiana. And, oh my god, they have hit again with a longsword. Sound the trumpets. 21,
Damn it.
19, and the short sword misses this time.
Giving her +4.
Wait,
Okay.
what was it? It was
21, 19,
Okay.
and then 5. So 21 and 19. Does his +4, does Larion's +4 do anything?
Mitigate at least one
well,
of those.
+4 puts me at 21.
Okay, so then the one that gets 21 ties you still does hit.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that first...
But again, one
Charge
attack
there.
instead of 2.
Absolutely. No, that's been very useful. That is going to be 6 points of damage to you, Nisiana.
Okay, that puts me at 14.
Yep.
Remember your 5 hit points?
I am remembering.
You got it. Okay, sorry. I'm just very obsessive right now.
Oh,
So-
no, it's all good.
So
I would like to stay alive too.
So that would mean, yeah, so not 14. What did I just say you did? You were at 20. And then you had 5
was
temp.
that 20 minus 6?
5 temp. No, but there's 5 temp though.
Well, I haven't started, but that's at the beginning of my round.
Oh yeah.
That will put me at 19 when I start.
Right, because yours were already. Didn't you get it though? And then it was taken. Were you hit for the temp before? Like, who would have taken away the temp points before?
Yeah, they renewed with your round, so they're back up to 5. So.
Yeah.
And
So
you've
I'm
only
at
been hit
19 now?
once. Yeah. So now you would be at 19, and the temps are gone
Okay.
until next round when they renew. Okay.
Right.
So that's their turn. Nisiana, back up to you.
Then that means I'm now at 23 or 24.
What? Oh, well, sort of. I mean, they're 19, and I think of it as a separate pool though. 19 regular hit points and then 5 temp is the way I do it.
Oh.
Yeah, because you have the temporary hit points below your current ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have just added that as temp hit points. Okay. So, how badly is this guy in front of me hurt?
Fair, decent, solidly hurt. Definitely been hit quite a few times, but not close to death yet. But has taken quite a few hits from you.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the spiritual weapon.
Okay.
At advantage.
Yep. And
24.
that will definitely hit plus the 11. Okay, now starting to look kind of hurt.
Yep, and then I'm going to remember to move it 20 feet and attack it again.
Yes.
Because I forgot.
You're doing that one. All right.
Yes.
Proceed. Now, this is not, and remember, this is not a flank here. This is just a regular attack.
No, it's not a flank,
not that it mattered.
but it's still,
Not that it mattered.
it's my sister.
Okay.
And my sister is very hurt at this point. So
True facts.
I am going to which the high level cure wounds. John, have you been hit at all?
Not yet, but they're gonna start now.
Well, in that case, I am going to do cure wounds on my sister.
Mm-hmm.
And you will get 12 hit points back.
Wonderful, thank you.
And I still have the dice of inspiration because I have not missed yet.
Nice.
Okay.
And I'm telling this to myself so I remember.
Yep. And you're staying where you are still, Nisiana, yes?
I am staying where I am.
Okay, that leads us to Merime with Ilarion on deck. Merime, what'd you like to do?
When the Banam took the hit from the magical weapon, what does it look like now? Is it does he look particularly bloody now?
Starting to look quite hurt, yeah.
Okay, good. So I am going to use my sweetest voice and smile at him and say, "Please just die," and I'm going to ride him through. Hopefully.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Not quite dead, but very badly hurt now.
Okay, so I am going to flourish. And I'm going to try to strike him again for my armor class at the same time and do another 2 points of.
That's literally exactly the amount you needed. I love it. So you just hit him and then you're like,
That's my sister.
And down goes Fraser. So he drops to the ground, gurgling, and slumps to the ground. All right, Merime. So
there was another way. You chose violence.
We tried. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they chose this. This is the path.
Tried to persuade. Yeah, Rudos, they just had to ask nicely. Please die. He's like, okay. Okay. Merime, you could now theoretically move without incurring anything if you wanted to go somewhere else.
I am torn. Game-wise, just to tell you my thought. Game-wise, I'm thinking, giving Ilarion advantage would be smart, but that's not what Merime would do.
Give it to Ilarion. Give it to Ilarion. I've got a spiritual weapon.
That's
Help
true.
him out.
How hurt
We're
does
mind linked. I know what you're thinking.
that's true. How hurt do you look though? You're not that bad, right?
I'm not that bad. I'm actually at this point. I am at 19 plus 5 temporary.
Okay. So I'm not worried about you then. I'm learning to like. You told me you had this. I believe you. I trust you. So I will go and stand behind him and give Alarian.
You heard it here. She's
advantage.
not worried about her sister. She's forgetting her sister. She's a terrible
No,
person.
I'm not.
You
I'm
heard
like-
it here. She's
Well, I
forgotten
mean,
about her
it will mean
sister.
if
How dare
I go
you?
down now, it will be my own damn fault. But
No, I trust you.
Oh,
You've
it'll
got
be your sister's
inspiration.
fault because she forgot about you.
You've
You
got
know
Don't
it's
forget about
true.
me. I told her to go help Valerian. because
You've
he's
got
good
5
with
extra hit
advantage.
points. I
Alarian
believe
is
in
always to
you.
blame. Okay, that's what I'm
You
saying.
got this.
Okay, I will.
He's got
agree
that
with
stone
Valerian is
faced.
always
He's got
good.
that stone faced. You know, solar star forged look about him. You know, he's a shifty person, and I'm a shifter. I know shifters, so.
All right, so you're going to leave. So what are you? That means. So what then are you doing, Marimay? You're going to instead stay. You said.
I'm
you
gonna go-
moved where you did. Okay.
I
To give
did, yeah.
Valerian,
So
I
I'm
see it.
gonna move there, and
Okay.
I'm gonna stare at the guy to like,
He's paying no attention to you. He's focused
I
on the
know.
big star forged. You
Still
just stare at the back
staring.
of his head. No, that's good. Alarian, you were up, and you can see Marimay has now moved into position behind the other.
Advantage.
Okay, cool.
Exactly, Rude. If the tank dies, it's the healer's fault. If the healer dies, it's the tank's fault. If the DPS dies, it's their own problem. Yes, that's just totally
Now
true.
that I have
100% accurate.
Advent. Oh, and plus my now I can take away that because I probably wouldn't be needing that as much anymore. And plus, since I'm now the one flanked as well, that's kind of an issue. So, but first, let's see what I can do with advantage, which I'm looking forward. 2. Yes.
So
18?
18 will hit. Yes.
Yeah, that's 5,
Okay.
which is minimum, which kind of sucks. But that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Yep. Okay.
All right. And obviously, you can't really move anywhere unless you try to, So,
No, I'm just gonna put up with it.
okay. So they are going to attack. We're going to start with the dwarf who is going to attack you for a change at advantage with things. And we're going to start with, so the first one is an 18. I assume that's a miss.
Nope.
Second one is a 24, though. I'm pretty sure that's not a miss.
That will do it. Yes.
He finally breaks
damn it.
through. It's a great moment for him.
Indeed. Now I got the temporary 5 hit points for starters.
I know. He's just like,
It's gonna hit you
"Damn
for
it."
more than 5 hit points because for some reason I don't even.
Okay.
Every hit is like 14 points.
No, it's just 8 points of damage minus the 5, so that's 3. And is that going into your Aegis?
It's going totally into my Aegis. Yes.
So you're 12 out
Aegis
of
is down to
15?
12. Yep.
Okay. All right. And then the short sword is a 17, so that's also not
Miss.
Okay.
249 billion.
Exactly. All right. So there was that.
You
The
didn't even know how much advantage they had.
second one is
I'm
going
not sure they knew.
to... No, I think it's going to continue to attack Nisiana because it can see the whole healing thing going on. And so it's going to
Oh,
attack
yeah.
Oh, you
Nisiana.
bastard.
Yep.
Let's see. That is
That tells me some things about this person.
21 and a 17.
Uh,
It does, Nisiana, in
17?
fact. Yes, it does. 21 and a 17
yeah, both hit.
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
Only one hits.
Okay.
because of the Aegis
Then only
thing.
one hits.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's with a
I
long
will keep
sword.
the healer
and
off.
that's
God damn it.
7
Yep.
points of damage minus the 5 temp means you take 2. So you're no temp
Okay.
now and 17. That's good because the
Yep.
short sword attack is happening now. But that's not going to hit. That's a 14. So
God damn it, the
Okay.
way you set that up, Arv. You
I-
are
you know,
so.
I was
you
just
are
like temper out of the way. Listen,
You
they're
meanie, and here comes the weapon that always hits.
they're not joking around. Okay. That leads us up to Nisiana again. So Nisiana, you were
Okay.
up.
The
And Yana's
spiritual
taking a
weapon moves
leisurely
here
stroll back to the house.
and attacks with advantage.
Mm-hmm. That will hit.
Yes.
Okay.
And then its reaction will go 20 feet here, and
Okay.
will attack without advantage.
Yep. Looking quite hurt now, by the way, that other guy. Yes, will also
Hit
hit.
one point. And then Sacred Flame on the dude in front of me.
Okay. Sacred Flame.
For 1 point of damage.
He does not. He doesn't dodge it. If that makes you feel any better. So, okay, he will take that 1 point. He will like it.
Yeah, well, I can't use my inspiration on top of on damage. So
Has anybody figured out why Roll20 rolls dice the way that it does? Because it's always confusing and it seems like something they've never fixed.
In terms of like the visual versus what it actually comes up with.
No, that's working tonight, which wasn't working last time. What I'm talking about is that sometimes we'll roll 2 dice when clearly it's been programmed to only roll 1.
Yeah.
And sometimes it will roll advantage dice when no one has asked for it to. It's like, I'm really enthusiastic. No, stop. Just roll the dice
It's a
we
good
want.
question, and I don't know.
If anyone from Roll20 is watching this, they're not watching this. Please fix this. It's
this
stupid.
the short version is technology hates us.
Yes.
I say it the same person.
Go ahead, Trent, and then I want to know where Nisiana's moving.
The thing with Ilarion constantly sharing their armor with it reminds me of the beginning of I think it was X2, where they're in the danger room and Colossus is right next to Rogue, and like there's a thing coming down and he just puts his hand on her head and she absorbs his power and it just covers her and the thing lands on. That's what I picture whenever this
happens. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Just wait till higher levels. It gets better. This is just the start.
I forgot about that scene. Okay. And so
Nisiana's staying put, by the way.
Okay. That means that Merime is up next with Ilarion on deck. Okay, Merime, you've got a dwarf in front of you.
I am going to try to. Yeah, I'm going to try to hit him. I'm going to try very hard to hit him by hitting the right button. All right. Oh wow.
So 16 is not going to do it.
I'm not. Is the merchant that Nisiana had pointed out earlier the one? Is she still at the end, watching?
Do you want to turn around and look?
You know what I do.
Okay. I'll let you sort of glance the thing over your shoulder. Yes, appears to be.
And she seems very interested in what's happening, and I like just watching people get fucked up, or I want to see
somewhat with a little bit of a overtone of smugness, perhaps.
Okay. I am going to. She's 40 feet away from me, about.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah, 40, 45 feet.
If we say 40 feet, I can mind link with her.
So
so you'll have to.
Well,
decide.
she's then it will be 45 because she's literally right here. So she's like 45, I think.
Okay.
As I read that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah, that's 45.
Bonus action. Okay, I'm just going to say, in that case, since I can't mind link with her, I'm going to say, call them off now, or we're coming after you next.
Okay.
And I want to be,
Okay. Very fearsome.
Just do that at the end. That's all you need to do. It's all good.
And I am also going, so just you just keep that in mind, girl. Like
yeah,
that.
she doesn't do anything, but when you go, she just blown through the back wall and just.
Yeah, holy crap. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, noted. Ilarion, you were up next.
All right. Since she was able to glance, I want to glance at the guy behind me. Which one is worse hurt? The one in front of me or the one behind me?
The one behind you.
Are they, would I consider them to be very hurt?
Yeah, the one behind you is pretty hurt.
All right. Okay, so, need a little spin move, and I'm going to try to... I still have advantage. Doesn't matter which one I attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. No, I don't have advantage.
That's not true. If you attack the other one, you don't have advantage.
Yeah. Screw it. I'm going to stick on this guy then.
So you just literally spin in place.
Yep.
And then
Yep. Well, I just glance within the spear ahead, or stab ahead. Ooh, thankfully 19.
19 more
Yay,
hits.
another 5.
It's a good thing, because that 10 would not have done the job.
I know.
Right.
I know.
Okay.
Yep. 5 points at a time. I'll take it. It really sucks. My dice are rolling that poorly, but whatever.
Okay. And since you were staying,
John, you really should have let Trendane just keep rolling for you.
Maybe. Well, at least I'm hitting now, although I just need an advantage to do it.
Okay, so they have advantage on you here as this next one begins.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. 5 points. There we go. Okay, go ahead.
You got it? Okay,
And
so
22 armor class.
the first
Now I
one
do.
on advantage is going to be a 25 with that longsword.
Oh,
Ooh,
that actually will hit.
And
Good
that
for
is
him.
going to be such a good job. 9 points of damage, which means 9
Jeez.
minus your
4 off my armor.
right.
Yep.
Is that counting? Wait,
Yep.
does that count your temp also?
5 points. Yep, temp, and then 4 off my
4
armor.
so
Armor
far.
said
So
8.
you're at 8 out of okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. That was the first longsword. Second longsword is a 17, so it's not going to do it.
New.
Short sword is a 20. That's not quite enough.
Nope.
I want to know what protein powder these guys are taking.
Mhm.
Jesus.
Something. Now the one that's on Nisiana is going to do longsword first. And that's terrible. 11. Sorry,
I'm
I beg your
tiny.
pardon. That's actually a 6 was the first one. I'm sorry.
Wow.
11 on the second, which was terrible. And then a 24 on the short sword.
Oh,
Amazing.
can't help you.
Yep. Can't help.
24 on the short sword, which is going to do 8 points of damage to you. Now that's minus the temp of 5, so that's 3. So you are 3 points off, so you're down to 14, I think.
God, I
Yep,
wish I
I'm
knew
at
what they were
14.
adding to these rolls. Man,
Okay.
good lord.
Okay. And that brings us back up to the top. Nisiana, with you.
Okay, so spiritual weapon moves back to flanking.
Exactly, Rudno. Good for you.
Attacks with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, why did I? Sorry.
Prayer
I hit the
heals
wrong
him.
button.
He accepts the healing. And
There we go.
Oh,
Ooh, that's a
Oh, critical hit. All right, so
That's a critical hit.
you know the drill.
26.
Max damage. So whatever the max damage is on this, you get.
That's
Max
what,
damage
16.
on this. Yeah,
The spiritual
No.
weapon's max damage is 16.
No, that would be
Oh.
doubling
it's
the
one.
damage.
It's 12 actually.
Oh, it's 12.
It's 1d8 plus 4.
Okay, so 12. You'll be happy to know that you slice right through it with him with your weapon, and he drops.
Okay,
Oh, good.
awesome. And then with my,
Lovely done. Lovely job.
I move the 20 as a reaction,
Yep.
and I attack with the spiritual weapon,
Okay.
not at advantage. And then I'm going to roll the inspiration I have
Okay.
because I
From
really
Merime,
want this
right?
guy to die.
Yeah. Yay!
18 will hit.
18.
Yep.
That's good.
Okay. He takes 7 points.
Okay.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive. Starting to look pretty hurt.
She points at him and says, Eberron smites you. And she sacred flames him,
Okay.
assuming it works.
It will work.
Sacred Flame.
It will work.
Sadly, it will
Well-
not work because he
Ah.
ends up with a 20 on his dex save, so
Oh,
he dodges out of the
Darn
way.
it. So close.
I was wrong.
Hey, that was
Eberron will do
look.
nothing
That was
today.
still a damn good round.
It was.
That
Very
was
good
still
round.
a damn good round.
Nisiana,
Well,
you're staying where
she
you are?
has 5 rounds left on her spiritual weapon.
Nice.
So
Okay. Nisiana, you're staying where you are? Or you're moving around? Or what are you doing on the move?
no,
side?
she's staying where she is.
Okay.
She's happy to have the tank between her and the last person who's trying to stab her.
I would agree. Seems logical to me. Merime, you are up.
I am excited. I do a little flourish without actually doing a flourish. I'm just feeling the mood right now, and I strike out advantage. I was hoping I actually hit this time.
You do?
Yes, the flourishes help. So
Okay.
that's 11 points because I can't figure out how to do my +2.
Okay. Okay, looking quite hurt now.
Okay, and I'll say like, Alarian, you've got this. This is gonna be great, but I don't actually inspire you because I've only got 1 dice left.
You're just saying it? You're
I
like,
just,
Oh,
Just
oh,
so
I
you
just
know.
get the verbal, but not the actual effect.
yeah, just
I
the
see.
verbal.
I
You feel
see.
the love. It's like little heart emojis come floating off of you. It's beautiful, actually.
Well, okay, that's,
All right.
that's actually all right.
He had to split. Nice, Prince Justin. Okay, Alarian, you were up.
Yeah. What am I? Oh, plus strength. Okay, got it. Okay, Merime, we'll fix that damage issue when we're done with the combat. It's actually not that hard to do. All right,
Okay,
I'm
thank
up.
you.
Advantage. Let's see if we can finish this guy off. I would love to finish this guy off. If I roll something more than a 1. Oh, come on.
Hey!
There we go.
See how
Ooh,
inspired
oh,
you are?
Critical hit.
Tell me
Critical
he can't
hit.
be dead yet. He can't be dead yet.
He's I'm sorry to inform you he is in fact dead yet.
Come on. On a 20, I blind my target for 1 minute with the sword.
Well,
and I
he's
kill
like, I
him.
can't see as he sinks to the ground and dies.
He doesn't see himself
As
die.
long as he swings wildly and misses, that's what I care about.
He does.
Yes.
He's like,
Okay, there we go.
and
All right.
hits the
I'm
ground.
blind and dead.
And
He's
exactly.
blinded and his heart implodes at the exact same moment.
Go.
So,
All right.
By the way,
Okay. Hey, I guess those words really did work. Now,
really made a
real
difference.
quick, she was talking to these guys when we came in, right?
Yes.
Okay, I am moving directly towards her, over tables, through tables. I don't give a crap.
There's a
I'm-
problem. When
What?
he drops
He's
down,
gone.
you no longer see
Yeah.
her back there. She
course.
has disappeared. The table is there, and the goods are still on it, but she is not there. And
these are wooden walls, right? Not cloth.
That's correct.
Not a tent. This
that's
is a building.
100%
Okay.
correct. When this happens, is when as you sort of see this, all of you, and this includes now Tantin and Yana, hear this. Yana as she's walking through the streets, and Tantin and
Okay.
as you're sitting in the hut.
I am listening.
You hear this. You hear.
No, we don't.
Sorry.
We hear zip.
Wrong voice.
Wait,
Wrong
whoa,
voice. Sorry.
hold on.
You hear screaming voices from outside.
Oh no.
A thundering voice echoes across Salvation from the direction of the lightning rail station. People of Salvation, my name is Sal Dreadstroke. I have a simple proposition for you. Bring me the device known as the Oracle of War, and no one else needs to get hurt. Defy me, and you will all die. Every 10 minutes, one of my colleagues will execute someone from this outpost. If you have the Oracle, I suggest you step forward and let yourself be known. Now, everybody hears this across the town, and at the same time, you hear shrieking and screaming, and just, it's all bad.
Yana immediately runs back to Zodor.
Okay.
Can I have a brief point of order? Actually, Marimay has 4 more hit points than I said because I forgot. I have the special extra 4 hit points for her for my healing. Because I think it's going to matter.
Okay, so that
Thank
means
you.
that Mermaid's got what, 27?
I'm at 27 now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Just putting that out there because I think we're going to go and not have a rest.
Okay. Now none of you have sort of walked outside of this. Actually, no, I take that back. Each one of you can tell me what you're going to do. So I'll start with Yana. You're walking up the street. I want to save you for a moment because you'll see this because you're on the streets. For
Okay.
Tantin, do you... Hilar's not there, remember. He was outside the house. Are you going to exit the house? Like, what are you going to do once you hear that sound?
Not a chance. I am not leaving these people with the Oracle again.
Okay. So, all right. So are you going to like duck your head out? I'm just curious. You don't have to. I'm just asking if you would do that or not.
No.
Okay. So then that means the question is for the salvage market folks. Nisiana, Elorian, and Marimay, are you folks going outside or not?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and move your characters out there. Stepping onto the streets of Salvation. Yana, you see this too. And in fact, where is Yana? I think
In that time, I probably
I think
like
that's you,
halfway
right?
between Zordor's place and where the Oracle is.
I think that, yeah. So I'm going to say that this, right. So right. That works perfectly, actually. So it'll put you about here. So you see this also, Yana. I mean, everybody except Tantin, basically. Stepping onto the streets of Salvation, you can see panicked workers fleeing from the lightning rail station. 6 figures stand on the platform. A half-orc wearing a leather duster. An ogre carrying a battering ram. A helmed warrior. A snarling gnoll. An iron cobra, and a ferocious orc wearing clawed gauntlets. Sprawled at their feet is the corpse of Sheriff, the only person who stood for any law in this outpost, and now you know, Ilarion, why Sheriff could not come to help you. With a nod from the half-orc, the 5 brutes fan out to search salvation. Now, the way that we're going to run this here is, this is a battle for the town, people. These 5 assassins have now entered the town, and you've got to deal with them. 6 assassins total, counting this one. So, the way that we're going to do this is, you're going to have to make a decision about the direction that you want to go. If you want to move between destinations, you can do so by making a stealth check. And if it's a group of you, like Merime, Ilarion, and Nisiana, that would be a group stealth check. You would have advantage on this check if your destination's on the same block, and disadvantage if it's 2 or more blocks away. So for example, let's say you folks were leaving here and you were going, say, here, you would have advantage on this check. But if you went here or here, you would have disadvantage because of the extra movement that's involved. If you fail, one of the assassins is likely to spot you. Now, you may want to find the assassin. The question is whether you want them to find you first or you find them, because there are these 6 of them, and I'll be happy to describe them again when we come back to this. So that's one thing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let me finish up with this, and then I'll have to answer any
go ahead.
questions.
I didn't know how much information there was.
So that's the thing about the fighting assassins thing. The other issue, of course, is that you may have other people that may come basically to, your consideration. And specifically, what I want to note is, let's see, right for, this is what Merime and Ilarion and Nisiana here. There is let me see. So, a dwarf owner, you see, the dwarf owner of the local bakery, who you have actually seen before, has several of his children with him. And as he passes by the 3 of you, he says, please lure him away. Don't let him come to take my children. And he comes into one of these houses right here, actually, and then slams the door behind him.
There you go.
So that's what you see.
I didn't need to waste breath on telling him to get to cover. Smart man.
Yana, as you are sort of making your way up,
I'm not making my way up anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Assuming you're just stopped for a moment.
I'm tuck-tailing, turning back around,
to go back to Zodor,
right back to Zodor.
Right.
Like, as fast as I fucking can.
Okay. So when you're booking it back to Zodor, one of the guards, actually one of his guards coming the other way, passes you, and just for a moment sort of stops you and says, there's a barrel of, Zodor said to tell you, there's a barrel of explosive oil in the rail shed. And then he runs, clearly having been ordered to go try to help, deal with this stuff in the town. So you can take that into account as much as you want, Yana.
Do I know where that is in the town?
I will attempt to show that to you momentarily.
Gotcha.
So there's that. And then the last one is, Tanton, you hear someone doof, 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 banging on the door, and you hear from outside, Tanton, and it's definitely Halar's voice.
And so he's like, Spanner, move.
Dog immediately does so. Spanner immediately moves. Immediately moves, and then do you open the...
It's open.
And he comes in and he says, you heard that, yes?
No.
So he says, all right then. Listen, I know we don't trust these people, but we're going to need all the people we can... We're going to need them to help us. We can't do this on our own.
And Tanton looks at the 3 of them and says, I want to make this perfectly clear to you. Sorry, it was a little bit more dark than I was starting.
Serious.
Right, Santa
Might
Claus.
be the right time for that.
Yeah, maybe. Well, he's going to start out kind of jovial, but he's like, so I want to make this perfectly clear to you. There, that's right. You're going to help us. And if you betray me again, I will hunt you down and kill every one of you.
And so Sprocket's like, and Dervo...
I like that you said betray me.
And Dervo
that's the way he sees it.
Yeah. Dervo just stands,
That's
gets
great.
to his feet, and Dervo says, You ain't got nothing to worry about from me. And basically, like, is there. Now, you need to give him his weapon, but you have the weapons back there, so. And Nella sort of sullenly gets to her feet and just nods once. And so assuming everybody, you give the weapons then.
Yep.
Then at that point, they all exit. How do you want to go out? Now, Hilar can obviously lock the door to his home, but there's danger there. Do you want to leave Spanner? Do you want Hilar to stay behind? Do you want to stay behind? Like, how do you want to manage this part of it?
At this point, by this point, Tanton has finished enchanting his crossbow, and he has been working on trying to reconfigure the bag of holding to open the mouth wider so that he can try to get the oracle into it. But I imagine and how long was the fight?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I would say
he's probably not very far into that yet. He's still thinking about finishing that, because in his mind, the best thing he can do is get that into the bag of holding and either hide the bag of holding, because they're going to be looking for the oracle.
Yes, that's true.
So that's his focus, is trying to finish reconfiguring the bag of holding to open the mouth wide. Since he made it, he would have the best chance of anybody of doing it. So.
Okay. Now, one other thing happens, which is immediately, which is as you're leaving the salvage market, Merame, Lurian, and Nisiana, Bellalore and Garunda comes up to you, and she says, Bellalore comes up and she says, I would join you, but Garunda tells me that it's not worth it. I wouldn't be any help to you. But Garunda's going to go out there and do what she can. And she looks back at her and she says, and if you get killed, you're gonna pay for it. You understand me? And kind of points at her daughter, and Garunda nods and says, yes, Ma, I'll be fine. And then Bellalore says, listen to me. The three of you, your group has done amazing things, but you're not going to be able to face these people as a group. If you need, you can get supplies at the apothecary. You could go to the Chapel of the Silver Flame. Mother Garunda will be able to help you down there. Mother Johanna will be able to help you down there if you need help. But just don't try to take them on. Be smart. Don't just be heroes. And Garunda kind of,
tempted to say those two things are absolutely mutually exclusive.
Yes. So, all right. With that said, so now that I've sort of expressed all of that, I am not going to create initiative yet. When an encounter is found, like when one of the assassins finds you, then that's going to be, one issue.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the one person that you can see already from your position, and certainly you'd be able to see this from here, is the half-orc. This is the one who apparently, since he ordered them around, you have to assume is Saul Deathstroke. And he, as I pull up the token with him, which I should have here. This music is awesome, by the way. I love this combat music for this. Okay, so we've got this one. Give me that. That's not what I need. There we go. Okay. And that's him. I don't want that. Okay, well, he's a little more... Yeah, actually, that works. Okay, so...
Oh, gee.
So this guy, and this has got to be Saul Deathstroke, so I will name him so that we can, since you can make that assumption. So... This guy literally sits down after having ordered these people, literally sits down in the lotus position with his eyes closed and just seems to be waiting. He's on he's on that little rail platform. The other ones have basically wandered off. So you'll have to see where these people go, but the other ones are there. Now I'll be happy to again describe each of them for you if you like. Before I do that, I just want to quickly mention, because Rob had asked about the rail shed. The rail shed is, as I get to my map notes, the rail shed is...
Oh, there we go. That's better. It's always, things are always better with music. Yep.
Yes, it definitely makes a difference. This
And
is the
that
rail
is very
shed.
good music, too. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, this is from, this is Greenforge that did this. So, Greenforge
Okay.
Studio. Okay, right here is where the rail shed is. Rob, you see it? Way up to the top left. Northwest.
Yeah, so it's above the railway.
Yeah, here's the
station?
railway where Deadstroke is. Here's where...
I wonder what having explosives there benefits. There's like nothing that...
Probably not if it stays there, but...
I mean, no, we could move it, but there's a lot of eyes looking at all of us right now. That's a problem.
Yep.
So.
So, all right, with all that said, a good way to finish up Season 1, people, is a fight for salvation. So, quite literally, I already know what Tantan is doing. Let me ask what, Yana is heading back down to Zordor. I'm going to come to Yana first in a moment. But Merime, Alurian, and Nisiana, be thinking a little bit about...
Who's Alurian?
Sorry. Well, Alurian is actually a character that I played with last night.
Okay,
One of the
that's what I'm
characters is
saying.
named Alurian. Sorry.
He's an alluring Alarian.
Alarian, sorry. So for Merime and Alarian and Nisiana, be thinking about where you folks want to head first
DeLorean.
to try to kind of plan this out, since you are
Damn it.
somewhat separated.
Damn you, Thordax.
I mean, from everybody else, I should say. Okay, Yana, you are heading back down to...
Yeah, I'm
Zordor.
going... I mean, I am not stopping till I get back to
Okay.
Zordor.
If you run back down that way, I would say... Let's
Because
see.
I need to tell him... I need to explain something to him. Because I'm sure he heard that.
Okay. Okay, so... As you are running down the street, Yana, like frantically just, bolting.
I'm only looking for him.
Right. Now you're bolting, which means definitely not stealthing it out, right? Like you're trying to book it, I would assume. But you tell me, because like...
I mean, I am booking it to find Zordor.
I think that's what you
I'm
would
doing.
do. I think that's
Yeah.
reasonable. So, as you are heading down, Yana, you are zipping, running down at top speed,
I hate
and then
where
you
this is
come to
going.
a close. You sort of slow to a stop, because floating in front of the ladder that leads up to Zodor's place is what looks to you like a helmed warrior, but it is definitely floating in the air. In fact,
I see you like to play Castlevania.
Yes, there is literally, you can see the helm, but there is no face and no head that upholds that helm. And as you see it, it sting, like draws a sword forth and silently points it in your direction.
Is Zodor anywhere that I can see?
No, presumably, I mean, maybe still up in the, you don't know.
Turn and run.
Not sure. Okay.
Turn and run.
Okay. That's a great visual. Yana turns and runs, and this thing follows. Simultaneously, as this thing is zooming after you, we have Merime and Alarian and Nisiana elsewhere in Salvation. Where are you folks going to try to go first?
Actually, may I interrupt for just a second? Because here's what I'm going to do.
Go ahead.
I'm going to shift so I can gain speed, so I can get the
Makes
hell
sense.
away from this guy.
Absolutely makes sense. Okay. All right. Good call. All right. So you do this, accelerate. In fact, it's probably a good thing because this thing moves pretty goddamn fast. But you are faster. You are faster while shifting. Okay.
I'm glad I remembered.
Where are you headed to, by the way, Yana, in particular? Just like...
That's a very good question. Let's figure that out because I'm not exactly sure. I'm not going to go to where the Oracle is. Because
Okay.
I don't think that makes sense.
Yes, don't lead it to the... Yes, that
Yeah,
is...
exactly.
Yeah.
So do I remember where the rest of the party was going to? Did we
yes, the
all talked
salvage
about that
market.
at the...
They told you
Do
they were
I-
going to the salvage...
I'm trying to remember if I know where that is.
Oh, yeah. You've been there many times. Where the
All
goblins
right.
were. You
I'm
know
going to
that.
head there the long way, which means I'm going to go... I hope I don't run into another son of a biscuit. I'm going to go this way to get to the party. To
Ooh,
try to avoid...
Yep.
To
Okay.
try to avoid, the Oracle. That was a big circle. Anyway. Let me delete that.
I don't want to bring them anywhere near the oracle, but I am gonna go. I'm gonna go. Loop, 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 loop. I hate drawing with a mouse, by the way. It's the worst.
It is absolutely the worst.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not bad, actually. You know what? A little cartoonish, but I love it. That is what pursues you.
Is this Shovel Knight? What's happening?
Okay. So it follows. All right.
No.
No, that sounds like a movie.
Okay.
I mean,
so you're gonna make.
it
Okay.
is.
So you're gonna make that. You're gonna make that path. Okay. So let's just bring you halfway there, part of the way there. So let's bring you about here, Yana, because you're going this way, right?
Right.
Okay. And the thing about this, of course, other than the sound that it made with the weapon drawn, it's totally silent when it follows you. There are
Great.
definitely shrieks and screams as Salvation residents are like diving left and right to avoid you as you're running, and this thing is following after you. But yeah. So okay. So there's the deal with that. Now we can go back up to Nisiana, Lurian, and Merime.
Well, we are actually all mind linked, just a reminder. So
Oh, you did take
we're
the cigar.
quickly making
I did.
forming a plan in the background, which includes stay together and what can do the most damage. And I think we have come to the conclusion that we're going to try to get to the apothecary.
Okay.
Yes.
For things like Rick fire, healing potions.
Yep.
Okay.
If we
so
come
the-
across any other members of our group, we will incorporate them, but they're big boys and girls and they can fend for themselves.
So
As
there's
far
just-
as we know, Tantan and Yana are together with Pilar.
that would be your assumption. Now, I have a
That
little
is
bit
the-
of unfortunate news for you about the apothecary.
Oh no.
This is where the
already blown up.
apothecary is.
Wait, where?
There?
Right next to Hilar's house.
Oh,
Is
Oh,
it really?
shit.
Okay.
Everyone had the same reaction I did. They're like, "Oh God." damn
What
it."
about the church? Like she'd have supplies
we
there.
are
probably.
close to the church. We can see what she
Right?
has.
Yes, the
Yeah.
chapel is up here, right here, actually.
Yep,
Okay, so why don't we head there then?
The
Yeah.
wall
Geez.
that you
Geez.
the wall that you cast shatter on, that's the wall of the church.
Oh,
That's right. But fortunately, it only affects creatures. So
Right.
It's an easy
Exactly.
access.
Right.
All right, so yes, we're heading for the church, Arf.
okay.
well, we'll go to the church, and secondary will be skirt the town and go to the apothecary. But
Yeah.
I told you that line would come in
Mhm.
to play at some point tonight.
Okay.
Our,
Now-
oh wait,
Yes,
I guess we're
plans
not
are
going to see the other assassins until we stumble into them or see, actually sight them.
That's what I was just going to say. So my question is, are you going to try to stealthily move to that next building? It's within a block, so you would get advantage on that check if that's what you want to do.
I need you to make a quick
Yes?
ruling on that. Yes, we would normally, but I need to ask something.
Okay.
My armor, as I'm armored up, it has what they called, according to the actual class, it has the properties of plate. Does that include the disadvantage on stealth checks?
Yes.
Because it is a magical effect.
Yeah, but still.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Yes.
fine. That's fine.
And I
I'm just
appreciate you.
asking.
And I appreciate you letting me know. Yes.
Yep. I mean, I gotta be real about it. Okay, so
So
just
that
letting
means
you
it
guys
would just
know
be counteracted, I believe. So it would just be a straight. Your part of it then
would be a straight stealth. Well, actually, that's
be a
even
straight
better
stealth.
than normal, so I'll take it. So yeah, we're all good.
So you would be a
So-
straight stealth. So basically, it's group. So the three of you make it, and basically what it means is 2 out of the 3 of you need to make the stealth check. So
Okay. All right, we will attempt to do so, right, folks?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
all right, go ahead and make
Stealthing
those
away.
stealth checks.
Are we all making the stealth checks, or
We each have to make
Oh,
one, yeah.
yeah.
okay, stealthy? Can I be?
And these are all at
stealthy?
advantage.
Oh.
For mine, but I
Hold
will take. Actually, I'm going to re-roll it 'cause I accidentally had it on, so I'm going to go to normal.
Okay.
There.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Advantage 18.
Okay.
Oh, you both made it, so I can fail. Good. I mean, I'll still roll. And see,
And you failed anyway.
okay. So
despite the fact I float, yet I still have disadvantage on stealth.
okay, so
'Cause
2 of you.
Because Alarian, you're a thick boy. That's why.
Well, I'm very clanky.
Yes.
John, not John, Greg. Sorry.
Yes.
Was it I'm in a lot of D&D games. When I take a healing potion out of combat, is it full healing or do I still roll?
No, you still roll. You still roll.
All right. Well, I am going to actually, swig a healing potion because I have 14 hit points.
I don't blame you.
2, so 2d4 plus 2. 2d4 plus 2. So d4. Wow. Okay, another 5 hit points back.
Okay. So.
And you feel a tap. You feel a tap on your shoulder.
Yeah.
And Alarian gives you a healing potion.
I just took one.
Yes, and now you have another one. You can take it or keep it. It does not matter. But they just hold it out to you.
I will take it.
Because they saw you take the other one.
And you're 19 out of 32 right now, Nisiana, yes?
I'll make sure.
I think you had 14.
Actually, since I haven't
Yes,
even
I'm 19
spoken yet.
Is my temporary 5
Temper gone now because by the time, there's
Yeah.
a couple minutes that pass.
All right, so I am 19 out of 32.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a little bit hurt. I'm contemplating. I still have a I now am back to 2 healing potions because Alarian gave me his.
I think,
So
so just one thing I wanted to say about the shatter. So it looks to me like, Marie, that the shatter does actually, I was just talking with Trent about this back channel. I do actually think that the shatter does affect objects too. Not just creatures.
Ooh.
So I think it's going to affect that wall, but it's not going to blow the wall down. Especially because there's a stone wall on the other side of it. In fact, the chapel,
That's what I was
excuse
thinking.
me, is one of the few buildings that's built purely out of stone, or just about out of stone. At least the walls are. So, but I would say that it's taken a little bit of a the salvage market wall has now seen better days. So anyway.
When we run by the market was empty when we left it, right?
Yeah, by the time you were done, it was. People had bailed the hell out.
When we pass by the market, I'm going to take a quick action and cast prestidigitation just within its walls and make it sound like there are people murmuring.
So I'm gonna rule that you can't do that if you're also trying to be stealthy.
Okay,
Remember,
no,
you're
I'll
trying to
focus
focus
on
your
stealth
attention
then.
on that. So yeah, because this is a very volatile situation you're trying to avoid. Okay.
That's fair.
So, all right, you folks get up to here. I will come back to Yana in just a minute. You are going to come up to the chapel,
Yana.
and are going to you can go in there if you like. Okay.
Yes.
And when you come inside
Hello?
there,
Guys?
yeah, everybody. Okay. So when you get inside there, you can see there are a couple of residents that are there, and they are in the front pews, and you can see they are praying, or so it appears. Their heads are bent, and their hands are clasped together with prayer, and you can see Mother Johanna is near them and is whispering to them. And as you look up, or rather as you come in, she looks up and sees you, and you can see relief kind of spread over her face. And she says, "Oh, thank the flame. The host is with you, I can see. Just one moment." And she kind of, whispers something to the residents who look, as they look around, seeing you look just terrified. And she comes up to you quickly and she says, It is good to see all of you. Is there anything I can do? This is awful."
Come on, cursor. Hang on. There we go. Do you have anything that could help us fight these invaders?
I don't believe I have anything of that, but I can certainly provide something. If you can pray to the silver flame for strength, you will, I think, gain health and vitality thereby. You are also welcome to stay here for as long as needed, but I should say that I do not think that the chapel will preserve anyone for long. There was a terrible explosion in the southern wall not long ago, and it seemed as if something rocked or shook the market. I can't imagine who would do something like that, but it happened, and you can see my priceless several religious statuary are all destroyed where it I'm just kidding.
Oh!
Table blown apart.
There's There was that.
Holy altar.
There was that innocent puppy that was lying right there in the puppy bed. Just kidding.
The kids would come to pet him. They were petting him when the wall collapsed.
Now you're just being vicious.
Okay. Then, is there any way you can get a message to those who can take shelter here, since this is a stone building, not a wooden building?
Yes, I have already, in fact, sent my acolyte to do so, and I hope that he will return soon. I am concerned, though. There are, from what I understand, assassins, creatures roaming through the streets if they find him. But in any case, I have sent a message by him, yes.
So you have no holy water, potions of healing, anything that could help us in this fight. We are not staying here. We are going out to fight these.
She nods helplessly. And she says, and she points at the residents, and she says, I am sorry. I have used what healing I had upon them. They were almost at the door of death. But prayer will give you some health. I am certain of it.
If only I was hurt. Oh, but actually, they look at Nisiana and kind of...
No, mechanically, I'm going to actually say something about this mechanically. This is temporary hit points we're talking about here. So,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if it is needed, it shall be used. In the meantime, there are foes to slay.
And she nods, and she says, then may the blessings of the flame be with you. The sovereign host watch your steps.
And also with you.
And, okay, she nods. Now, I'm going to come back to you in a minute. Meanwhile, Yana, you are being pursued by an animated suit of armor, apparently, by this thing, as you zip down the streets. Now, as you are in the process of going down there, you hear terrible shrieks and guttural sort of yells and orders and things like that. You hear a lot of banging sounds as if something is being slammed. You hear cries suddenly cut short. Apparently, people are being dragged out onto the streets to carry out Sal Dreadstroke's one person dead every 10 minutes thing as you're running through. You are keeping ahead of the creature, but just barely. So you tell me where you're headed.
Same way.
Okay. So, yeah, let's get you up actually right to outside the chapel. Right to the salvage market. Right to the salvage market, sorry.
Yeah.
Because you knew you were going to be there. Okay, so I would put him right about there as he continues to float after you. When you look in the salvage market, you see that this wall has been, something has bashed into it or something has happened to the northern wall of the market. And you see a fearful mess inside the room as if something has, there was a fight in here, clearly.
Do I see any of my friends?
No, you do not.
I'm going to go look in the next building.
Okay. So, knocking on the door, you folks hear this as you're, heading out. So,
who is it?
So you can tell that it's actually...
It's the fucking cat. Let me in.
Oh, hell no.
Meanwhile...
What did I ever do to you?
Since you're knocking and not beating the door down, we'll open the door for you.
I'm pawing at it like this.
You see Yana, and Yana looks quite
Okay, and
Tails all
I look
puffed
quite, yes.
Yeah.
Quite what?
I mean, just troubled, running, almost out of breath, etc. Yes.
She goes, let me in.
Hey, door's open.
Yeah,
No one's
come on
stopping
in.
you.
So can I get inside?
Yeah.
All right. So I get inside and I shut the door and I tell them,
Literally
big.
as you shut the door, bam! This shakes the doors, and the people in the front pews sort of shriek, and Mother Johanna sort of looks taken aback.
big soldier behind me.
Come in the back.
Oh, all of our audio is getting very bad.
Wow, something just went.
Whoa.
Yeah. All
Sorry,
of our audio
Nisiana,
is
try that again.
Is it mine as well?
No, you're fine.
good.
Yeah.
It was
What
just
about mine?
Jen's.
Yeah, it's Jen's.
It's
You're
just
the one
Jen's.
having the audio issue.
Yeah, I think
Sound like you're an old-timey CB trucker now.
I can tell you exactly what it
Nope,
is.
no.
Something has lost. One of your USB devices is drawing power away from the other USB devices, so your audio is not sounding very good right now.
Or 1940s air traffic controller.
Probably just have to unplug and replug in your microphone.
Just did that.
There you go. There you're back.
Beautiful.
Okay.
There you go.
I turn to Mother Johanna and tell her to get her parishioners back.
Okay, she does. She they need no urging. They get all the way. They cluster back here.
And I mentioned that there's big mamma jamma outside the door.
And again, and the door, you see dust filter down, and like the door kind of.
I back
trembles.
up behind one of the pews, and I have one of the arrows ready, and also I pull Altus off my ear and have him ready to go.
Okay.
Looks like he's gonna bust in.
Did we get any sacred flame bonuses with the blessing?
I thought we had to pray first.
You did have to pray first.
Oh, sacred flame, please protect us.
Actually, yeah.
Okay. If you're gonna pray to the silver flame.
For all of us, I'm
Silver
feeling
flame.
it.
Silver flame.
My hair is also very silvery, so like I
Okay.
feel like we're like.
Give it a flip. Yeah.
So
You know?
is everyone doing that, including?
I am doing it. Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
I feel like
no,
Nisiana might not be
absolutely-
able to. Yeah.
Absolutely
Don't
not.
crush the gods.
Absolutely
Look,
not.
As
Agreed.
much as I would love it, I don't think Yana has any idea about any of this, so she's just getting ready to fight, so she's probably not praying.
She wasn't there to hear Mother Johanna say that.
Right,
That's
exactly.
exactly.
So
exactly.
Jeremy, you'll get 10 temporary, and Larian, you'll get 10 temporary.
And Nisiana will not. No,
Yep.
she.
I totally get it.
Debase herself.
That
I'll look
sucks. I would love that
apologetically
10
at
temporary.
Nisiana. I'm sorry. I'm just concerned.
No, I understand. I am not praying to anyone other than Eberron. So you do what you
Mermaid-
need to do. I
Mermaid,
understand.
just tell her this is your religion exploring phase. It's all good.
Yeah, yes.
It's like back in college.
Yana, if you want to ask,
Yana
we're
doesn't
told-
pray to anybody.
Okay.
She's non-religious. She's of the planet. You know?
Captain Planet?
Clearly, what Nisiana
Captain.
needs to do is pray to Eberron and say, "Hey, they're getting 10. Can you do better for me?" And just start
Exactly.
negotiating for more temporary hit
Oh
points.
God.
Right.
You know, if I could, that's not how faith works.
Listen, your APR, your annual prayer rate, is better with this than with the other.
I mean, can Mermaid pray for me? I mean, that's
I don't think it works that way.
Okay,
Okay,
I
plus
didn't
you don't
think
have
it
a lot
works
of
that way
time to
either.
go through it. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, there's
Larian.
the
Mermaid and Nisiana. Mermaid, Hawksmoor, and Nisiana Dress will spread out. And missile weapons, distance spells.
Oh, okay.
Or do you want us to let him come between us and you and I can have advantage?
If you can arrange that, I will lead him to the middle, and then you circle around.
Okay.
My crossbow is loaded, by the way, Arv.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready with the crossbow.
and I still have my
I'm
magic
right
crossbow.
here. There.
Okay. So let's see now.
Oh, I do have a light crossbow.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm working something out with some.
Yep.
Sure.
No worries. Just draw out the suspense so it's unbearable. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's all good.
And we're not worried.
No. We got this, remember?
We totally
Narrator.
got this.
They might
100%.
have this.
Nisiana and Ilarian, your temp hit points are, I assume, gone by now because
Yep.
it's been over a minute. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
So. Okay. All right. So let's see. So there is another. Again, there's. And the doors now you can see get the crack, like in the outside, in the inside of them on your
Sorry.
side. And again, dust kind of filtering down. The residents now in the front are just like at the back of the chapel are just huddled over. Johanna's sort of in front of them. I mean, as if Johanna's going to do anything, but is like, clearly attempting to be as protective as possible.
The power of her faith may compel her. It's all good.
So there's, and then again, a crack. And then there is one more shivering, like crack. And then there's silence for a minute. And it stops. And you hear, "I said this way! This way, I tell you! Come here, this way!" And you know this voice. It's a familiar voice to you. It's not.
Is that Hilar?
No, it's not. It's another voice. And you hear this voice shouting and then getting a little more distant. and you no longer hear anything banging on the door.
Isn't that Zodor?
Is it Zodor?
Nope.
Oh,
It
was it
It is one
Garunda?
other voice. Nope. It's one other voice of a person that you, well, I don't want to.
The doppelganger?
Changeling.
You may
Oh,
you may remember there was someone that you all connected with the.
the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
The
Wait,
shift,
who?
no,
What?
the changer, the shape changer.
That
Yeah,
we
I already
assigned to be
said
the
Whist.
deputy.
Whist.
Whist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you say whist? I didn't hear that.
We were seeing the changeling.
Okay,
only
the
changeling
changeling,
that
yes.
goes
Yeah,
Whist.
Whist.
Yeah, it sounds like whist voice.
And
Oh,
what did it say? What did I'm sorry? What did Whist say?
And Whist said, "Come after me, you ugly thing," basically, and is then running down the alley. Or if you had to guess, you don't know because it's all happening outside. But nothing is banging on the door of the chapel now.
Ah, shit. We should go check.
Going outside,
We need
yes,
to-
going outside.
Yeah, go after.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go outside, you now see that there is indeed a floating, basically what looks like a floating suit of armor that is heading this way. You don't see Whist, but you hear the voice kind of echoing down the alleyways as this thing is moving in this direction and disappears out of sight.
As
For
it
the mo-
moves away,
Yeah.
Yana says to the rest of the party, Tanton is alone with the Oracle, with Halar and the traitors.
We may have to trust that they can handle it because we'd just be bringing
They are going to
attention to
have
the
to.
Oracle.
They are going to
Otherwise,
have to. We can't get them out of town. They will kill everyone here. We must defeat them. It is the only way.
So what do you want to do?
Hunt them down.
If they split up, we are now 4 instead of 3. We take them out one at a time, and we kill them.
We can't take them on one at a time. We can't take them on one at one.
We are 4. Each one is 1. They are not together. We take each of them on one at a time and defeat them. Not together.
and we stay together.
We
Okay.
isolate each one
Yeah.
and kill them.
So do we go rescue Whist? Do we go rescue? How do you pronounce the name? Whist. Whist.
Whist.
Like the 18th century.
Can we
card
go
game.
save the Whist? Sorry. Do we
No.
go rescue?
Whist
we
is already
go-
killed in an alley because you can't get
Yeah.
the name out.
Exactly. Like,
And
Do
just
we go after Wrist's pursuer first?
No. He is doing his part. They are doing their part by luring them away. We need to take on the ones that are rounding up the people and bringing hostages to the leader.
okay. And when he says that, I have to say, I'm going to say,
I saw the leader on the platform.
I was also told by one of Zodor's. Actually, no. Hold up. She doesn't say that. Never mind. Back the fuck up. The first thing she says is, I saw.
Sal Deathstroke. Because you heard the name. So you
Is it
that's a guess.
Deathstroke?
Deathstroke, yeah. Sal
Dread.
Deathstroke.
I
saw
thought it was
Deathstroke.
Dreadstroke.
What?
Dreads-
Hold on a second. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm
Deathstroke
getting
Yeah,
is
it's
a
my-
not
Marvel
Deathstroke.
character.
Deathstroke
It
is a
was
Marvel character. We'll get
ludicrous.
sued.
The
We
Dreadstroke
can't. We
name
can't
was
afford
so
that kind of a
ludicrous.
lawsuit, Arv.
I remembered it. It's Dreadstroke.
Yeah, you're right. It's Dreadstroke.
You don't want that
Because
kind of
it's-
problem.
My
Kill
bad.
us.
Dreadstroke. Sal Dreadstroke.
There you go. It's an off-axis, non-Marvel, Marvel-connected bad guy for D&D.
Legally distinct. Yeah.
Go about your business, Marvel. Nothing to see here. This
This
is
is
not
fair
the IP you're
use
looking
right
for.
here. It's fair use.
I do realize
Um,
if they try to sue us, the kind of attention we would get on.
I was
our
going to
name.
say, actually, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be an interesting lawsuit.
Look,
For
and
one
you
no
know,
such
glorious
thing as
moment.
bad press.
Such thing as bad publicity. I was literally about
Yeah.
to say the
For
same.
one glorious
damn
moment
thing.
before I lived in a cardboard box, man, would I get publicity. The viewer numbers would be off the chart.
Twitch would email you in your
Exactly.
cardboard box. We would like to offer you partner
Twitch,
right
would-
now.
yeah, they do that and then demonetize me 3 seconds later and delete my account.
As the FBI is driving away with your computers.
and your cardboard box.
I hate to say it, but we're not that big of a target right now.
That's true.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But Arv can dream. Arv can
Yes.
dream.
Right.
That is
Yes.
the thing.
That's
so
All right.
Okay.
So what the thing I say to the party is I saw Dread Stroke on the
Say it. You can't even say it without laughing. See?
I'm
Call him
almost
Kevin.
having a stroke trying to pronounce Dreadstroke.
Dreadstroke.
I saw Dreadstroke on the platform.
Apparently there are explosives on the far side of the platform, which we might be able to use, but we have to get to them first.
Just to be clear, we're all connected by mind link right now, so we're not actually speaking out loud.
I don't know that. I'm saying that out loud.
No, you would know by now just because we've done it together, and I would have pinged you.
Did you? I didn't think you did.
She would have.
Because I wasn't here.
Remember, he did go off to do the conversation with what's his name.
That's true. We've mind linked. That's true. We've mind
But
linked.
you can bring him
before,
in
but-
like now.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can go like,
No,
hey,
no.
don't speak out
Yes.
loud because.
And then I'll say I can get us all together now. Isn't this great?
And she kind of looks at
It's
you and
called a
goes, I don't know what this
conference
gesture
call."
means.
I'm talking in your mind while we go.
And she kind of goes, damn it. Okay. And she
Heidi, in
figures
your
it
head all
out.
the time.
And she says back to you in your head, don't I have enough people in here?
I should remember. It just laughs.
What's a few more?
And Altus goes,
It is getting a little crowded.
so.
Right. Explosive oil by
So
the-
what do you want to do?
I feel like I'm the
Okay.
DM. It's like-
Going after the leader is too risky. If he brings the rest of his crew back to him, we will surely fail. We need to divide and destroy and then face him when he is alone.
Well, we have no idea where anybody is except Big Blue.
But let us start moving through the town. I'm sure we'll encounter one soon enough.
We listen for the screams.
You
know
hear
I'm with
them.
You.
You hear them, and in fact, you hear a particularly loud roar coming
not-
from up near the inn, somewhere in this area, if you had to guess. By which I mean
I
here.
will say this. Whatever we do, we can't let them get to the Oracle.
If we take them out one by one, we'll have a better chance of success.
And above all, if we fight them away from the Oracle, they'll be drawn to us thinking we are protecting her of the town the Oracle is in. This
Which
the
is
best
why
way
I
out.
say again, we should go after the one we know their location of already. We've seen him. We know where
I
he's
agree.
going.
Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go
And-
after the one.
Yeah, and Wiz could perhaps join with us and help us take the other ones out.
Yes.
There are two votes to go after the leader. Mary Hawksmore, what do you say?
Oh, you guys are voting for the leader? I thought you were
No.
voting for the one that was
No,
being
we're going after
carried
the-
away.
They
Big
know
Blue.
where
If we
he
don't
is.
help, if we
Yeah.
don't help Whist, he is likely going to die.
Yes.
We can help him and join with him and get the others.
Agreed.
And Larry looks at all of you for a second. Very well.
All right, so we're going after the blue guy.
The
Okay.
one you were just following. You mean the one
The
that was
armor-
following?
Yes.
The
right
big
next to you,
armor
okay.
guy. Yep.
Yeah.
So you go. So Nisian, all of you, I assume, are just like running, bolting,
Booking.
Yes.
hovering.
And I still
in
have my
Larry's
40
case.
I still have my 40 speed. So,
So I think that means that Yana, you cross, you move over the corner, pretty much like move around the corner of the road just in time
right.
to see a terrible sight.
Oh no.
In that right standing in front of the inn where you spent many happy days, by which I mean a few nights while you were here in Salvation,
About 12 minutes, yeah.
you see a massive, massive ogre. And the ogre has with him what looks like essentially a battering ram,
Oh.
and is bashing it and is already bashed halfway into the inn. And you hear sort of screams and cries from inside the inn, quite a number of them, which suggests that a few people, more than a few people actually went there to try to, find some kind of shelter. At the moment, that's the only one you see, but he is, and
That's good enough. Target him then.
She takes out her crossbow, the one with the magic bolts, and she lines up a shot to take it on the ogre.
And Illyrian does the same.
Yeah.
okay.
And I
Well, as
have-
soon as I get
Enemy's
around the
with you.
corner.
And I can do that before initiative because he doesn't see me, right?
That's true. He is very interested in the inn.
Okay,
And
so let
making
me
a hell
see
of a
what
racket,
let me see what that is real quick. So that crossbow is 1d6, but we said something about those particular arrows. Well, actually, those aren't going to do anything against. You know what? Change of plans. I'm not going to use my crossbow on that guy. I'm going to use my. Am I? Let me think about that. Hold on. I know this has to be quick.
long.
I know. Just
gonna say.
I know this has to be quick. Just I added some new spells, so just let me take a quick look and see what I
happen
have.
to have defeat ogre in my new group.
No, I have a better one. I have one of my new spells, which I'm going to use against this creature, which is Entangle.
Oh,
Okay.
fun.
Oh,
Okay.
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 So I have Entangle, which is a DC against Strength versus 14. And if it fails that check, please fail that check.
Okay, well, but before we do this, I am going to ask, because this is about to be the beginning of a fairly large, extensive, and complicated
Yeah, I know.
combat.
I know what you're about
So
to
my
ask. Yeah.
suggestion is going to be that we pause this before we start this, because I think otherwise, because the
Yeah.
next session, if all goes well, could largely be that. But I do want to set one kind of scene. So you've got the ogre, Yana, you're lining up with the spell, Eberron, you got the javelin ready to go. Like everyone is sort of gearing up. But I do want to
Right.
mention that right as you're doing this, this way, of course, as you know, leads out of town. It leads ultimately towards the gray. And something, I think I'm going to say, let me have actually Nisiana and Merame, because you're on that side. I want you two to make perception checks for me, please.
Puppies are back.
That's +1, so that's
Okay.
14.
That's still not going to be enough, Merame, but Nisiana, that is enough for you. Something causes you, some sense of the hairs prickling on the back of your neck, to look around, and outside of town,
Over
on
here?
basically circling, yes, outside of town, not moving any further, shoulder to shoulder, you see a row of those death dogs that you saw coming in. They are clearly surrounding the town, preventing
Oh, please
escape.
let them be on our side.
And that is where we're going to bring the session to.
Oh,
I have a feeling that's not the case.
I knew we couldn't
That's
trust
not
those
necessarily
wolves.
true. We kind of made peace with them a little bit.
Yeah, I
A
know.
fight for
I know.
salvation. I freaking love it. Oh man, I cannot.
I will say that
fight for
since we
salvation.
are connected by mind, that I do let the rest who are connected by mind know that about the death dogs.
I don't understand. See, here's the thing about it. I know we're reaching the end of this. I know this is not this is a little bit not kosher for me to do this right now. But I will just say I don't think it makes any sense for them to have not attacked us before and then all of a sudden be like, oh, now we're just gonna devour you.
And they're not
Like,
attacking now, by the way. They're just standing there.
I think they're trying to stop people from running out of town. Like if you're gonna have assassins take over
Yep.
town, you don't want people to get the fuck out. That's my that's my theory. We'll see if I'm right next time by sending civilians to run into the gray. Good luck.
Yeah, we just want to test it. Could you go out that way?
I just have a theory. This is super fun.
This is how salvation falls.
This is how salvation falls. This was what a great session for me to watch you folks play through. And it really sets up
Struggle
nicely.
through.
The only one who I'm feeling a little bit sad about or worried about is the fact that quite reasonably Tanton is working on trying to get this thing put together. But I know, Tren, but I feel like poor Tanton's locked in a hut. I mean, there may actually end up being issues that come to you anyway, because they are like fanned out looking for the Oracle and people that they can, do this stuff with. But yeah.
The reality of the situation is he's probably in the best location because he could just ask the Oracle what to do.
Well,
Except
If it works.
that's assuming
That's
that
true.
the Oracle isn't doing the third protocol activated type of thing.
Well, if he asks the Orioles what to do, there's no way we're going to win.
The Orioles would just tell him to lose games. That's what the Orioles do.
Unless I ask the bird, and then he'd just be like, chirp.
This was great, folks. I had a great time with this and watching you folks play through this. I will begin with on the bottom right, starting with Rob. Rob, exceptional role play with Yana. The Yana going back to Zodor was very well done, and I think establishes really nice. First of all, it was good because we had a fair bit of combat. Then we had some moments which were sort of less so. We got a good amount of role play at the beginning, which is good because we're setting up for another moment of combat. So I love that alternating stuff. But I think it also gave us a chance to maybe start getting a little bit of a window into your backstory, to get a little bit of a sense of
Let's see if she survives this next combat.
Well, right, that's right. But also, and you notice that what you folks set out to do, which was to try to create a set of allies and to sort of is what has in fact happened. If you look at people like Whist and Garunda and Mother Johanna and and Garunda and her mom Bellalore, and if you think of Zodor, and if you think like all of these people you've created these kind of allies, and also some enemies, as in with what you got with Irulan. So that is interesting to me that you've been able to kind of build up those people. So I really, really enjoyed that. And then there was the frantic running to and then running from the Helmed Horror animated armor, whatever the heck it is thing, that was on its way. And and that's going to be interesting to see how things are managed. So how did you feel about the session today, Robin? Where will the fine folks see you next?
I loved it. I mean, one of the things that I had the most fun with today was actually being able to reveal things that I've been sitting on for multiple sessions, things that I knew about in Yana's backstory, and things that I've been sort of ruminating on, talking about where all these characters came from and how they all came together. These are things that she hasn't even shared with the rest of the party. And the thing that was so nice about the Zodor conversation back when they first came was that it was with the entire party, and it was one of the first shifters of late that she had encountered, and there was this realization that she's missing something, that there's something wrong about all this, that there's something she should know, and clearly Zodor knows it, but she doesn't. And that's been eating at her all the way through the last time they went through the Gray, especially the things that he said about her while she was in the room from the last time. I was just like, you keep an eye on this one, and just being like, why? And she spent all that time thinking about this, because even when she met up with this party, there are many elements of her past that have been kept private. And a lot of elements that were overlooked so that she could do the job, essentially what Hilar wanted, which was for her to be here regardless of what came before. And this idea of who is she, who was she before, and is that important based on what she is and who she is now? And she's realizing, yes it is, not only because she feels like she's a threat to her friends, but also because she knows full well that as a shifter, she's already an outsider, and she is more alone than she's comfortable with. As she said during that dialogue, it's like, this is not how shifters are supposed to be. I'm not supposed to feel like this. And on top of that, what has happened to me, what has happened to her, is an unusual story. Like, Zodor is caught unawares and unprepared for her ability to summon this spirit, this spirit friend that she has, and she's not fully understanding it either. There's something about it that feels like it is whatever caused this is beyond her explanation right now, and she needs to know why. And being able to finally play into some of that and go, and actually to be able to also say, I think the biggest, I don't know if the chat caught this, but the biggest reveal tonight was not about the shifting, not about her past, I think people got that her memory is a little fuzzy, and not even that, another shifter is going, ooh, you have a fox friend. It's that she physically is not comfortable for some reason with people calling her Yana, even though she will respond to it. There's something about that name that isn't right, and she doesn't know why. And it felt so so good to be able to verbalize that today after so many sessions of just being like, yep, I'm Yana. And that's why this is so much fun, because there is so much more here to reveal, and I truly hope we don't die in the next encounter, because
That'd be unfortunate.
I am very excited to see where this character goes with the rest of the party, with her own development. And honestly, I think she needed Zodor's help to really decide whether she was going to continue trying to search for answers or just put the past, you gotta leave you behind in the past. No, you just have to, move on from that life and make a new life as Yana. And I think she's decided, no, I need to know why all this happened. So for my own safety, for the safety of the party, and so that we can remember, like Altus has said, because Altus saw a reason to rescue her when she herself doesn't even know why she ended up there in the first place. So that was a lot of fun. Insofar as this encounter, this sucks, and I don't like it, and I hope we can get out of it in one piece, or at least in several pieces that are still attached by sinews and some kind of, epidermis that is in one continuous piece around our skeletons. And I guess we'll find out next session.
We shall.
In part
3.
2052-4.
No, day 16.
Of the party's grisly death. Oh, sorry, did I say that?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The season finale.
Third protocol is actually we all die horrible deaths in this next encounter.
That's the protocol.
As for me, twitch.tv/DarkSideRob. I'll be playing some video games on the channel. I'll be doing some music production stuff. I have audiobooks that I'm working on. You can check out the audiobooks that I've worked on Audible. The Shadowrun series of books. Either look up Russell Zimmerman or Robert Austin James. You'll find the books that I did audio work on. There's also other audiobooks that I've done production work on, in both the Battletech and Shadowrun series of books. And I have a lot of fun stuff on YouTube and Instagram and SoundCloud and Bandcamp and on my Twitch channel that y'all can check out. And I'll be back here next month for more Our Vocalist and Infinity and Beyond. And I look forward to all of it. We're into March. Jesus Christ, what the hell is time? I don't even know.
I know.
It just keeps rolling along. Thanks, friends. You're all amazing. I appreciate you all very, very much. Come check out my channel. I look forward to seeing you all there, and I look forward to seeing you back here on Arv's channel next month.
Thank you, Rob.
Peace out, friends.
Good stuff, Rob. Jen, Nisiana obviously had quite a bit to do in the fight you were dealing with. You had obviously the stuff with the spiritual weapon, which was definitely very effective and helpful. You had some serious heals that you had to do. You were also getting targeted, which clearly you and Marame both getting targeted, which showed a little bit of the, although Alarian obviously has enormous, is a legitimate tank, and their ability to be able to transfer part of that to other people is helpful too. The limitation is that Alarian is one creature, and if they decide to target the rest of you in what was clearly a setup here, that can put people at risk, and so you really had to be on your toes. I had this image in my mind. I was thinking about the idea that you'd be like, this was great, we got through this, now we have another fight, god damn it, because now all of a sudden it's like I started to blow some spells. And I'm glad to hear that, Lord H-Bomb, by the way. I'm glad to hear that you were thoroughly entertained and that you really enjoyed it. These are wonderful players, so I'm glad that you did. But that was a lot of fun to watch you navigate through that fight, Jen, as Nisiana. And you're going to have a lot to think about going forward in terms of how you manage things. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I was quite pleased with Valerian's ability to give me an extra 4 AC. So my question to you now is, if I bless them with a +2 AC, right, does that transfer, like when
he can't give you 6 AC if that's what you're
no
ask.
But instead of losing 4 AC, they only lose 2 AC.
Well, it wouldn't work that way, right? Because you'd give him +2, so he'd be up to 23. -4 would still be 19. So
24 and 20 actually,
or whatever it is. Yeah, 24 and then 20. So it would be
which would still work.
Yeah. So I mean, Bless would, be better.
Okay.
You know,
I'd still have the
just-
plus 2 points. Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just I just wanted to make sure because I have like 3 of one spell and 1 of another spell, and spiritual weapon's awesome, but I can only cast it like a total of 3 times
Right.
if I don't use any other 2nd level spells, which when
Might
I'm being
want to.
targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all right. I enjoyed today. I did not like getting targeted, but I enjoyed surviving. I'm not quite
I
sure.
enjoyed surviving. I enjoyed being here at the end.
I'm still here. Trent and I talked, and he inspired me to actually think of a backup character, but I really don't want to play the backup character. I really like Nisiana. I'm guessing that we are going to, basically take tactics and hunt each group of each assassin down by 1. That's my thought.
Yeah.
Just a little bit alien to Nisiana. She really wants to try to not attack, but I don't think we have a choice in the matter. So, but good work, good stuff. I'm very happy we have a switchboard now, so we can all talk. And
yes. that actually turned out to be pretty clutch that Merime picked that up just now, because
yes.
useful.
You can find me on Twitter as Jennifer Brozek. You can find me on Facebook as Jennifer.Brozek. And if you would like to see one of my 4 cats, because I take many pictures, I'm on Instagram as Jennifer_Brozek. Next month, I should have a new Shadowrun book coming out called Elfin Black. I'm not completely certain on the scheduling for that, but hopefully soon. I will be teaching a class called Project Management for Writers, March 13th at the Wayward Academy for Writers, Cat Rambo's Academy. There are still slots open. And then we're starting to get into convention season. So
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed
that
we
should
are.
be fun.
It's going to be good times. Thank you, Jen, and yes, good work with Nisiana today. And yeah, there'll be a lot to consider. I also do not want Nisiana to die, but we will.
I really like her. I don't want her to die.
I agree, but that is not up to me. It will be up to how both the dice, the story, and the assassins tracking you all.
I'm going to have to get better at my crossbow.
Yeah, well, this is the training montage. We were talking about this before, just firing your crossbow.
I guess we really are going to do a training montage.
But thanks, Jen. Always a pleasure. John, it was good to have you jump on board. Good early play with Tren for those first few rounds, and then John, you were able to jump in after that. Obviously, good use of from a combat term from Alarian, and yeah, as Jen mentioned, it was pretty significant. As you pointed out, the chances of you folks, especially after having been through a fight already, being able to survive against all 5 or 6 of those assassins at once is very slim. Like, it just doesn't, especially because you got to avoid collateral damage. And unlike Man of Steel, you actually give a damn about civilians in a city. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? I didn't mean it. Sorry. You got a lot of things to consider. So, but that also is going to be difficult because as you do that, you not only have to get rid of them, you got to get rid of them fast because the noise is going to attract other assassins. So it's one of those deals where you're going to have to be like, take them out or, stick and move, hit, move, leave. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to delay the combat till next session because it's going to be complicated to keep it moving. So there's going to be a lot going on with it. But you definitely had that tracked down. And I was wondering about how you would feel or how Alarian would feel about Whist insofar as Alarian was one of the people that really pushed for Whist to be kind of apprenticed, I suppose, to Sheriff. And then when Sheriff gets taken down and you're like, oh, then all of a sudden Whist is the only one that's left, at least that has any kind of preference, connection to the law. So we will see whether the seeds you planted grow into something that will help you in this fight. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Oh, a couple of things. First to Jen. I hope the edit is not testing her metal too much.
Oh. No. The edit, actually, I was really quite pleased.
Oh, did you get my joke?
Oh.
Yes, she did.
Yes, I just did.
Right from the get-go.
Right through the eyes. Totally.
All right.
100%.
2, I owe Spanner and Mia Tanton an apology because I actually had that gifting the AC ability back when Spanner got taken out in the basement, and I'd totally forgotten about it. And I would have used it on Spanner because I was close enough to do so, and they probably wouldn't have gone down theoretically. So I felt bad about that. Anyways, last but not least for Whist, well, the seeds in Ilarian's mind, the seeds have already been taken root. And the one thing I will say, I want not to recast things. Before we left to go off on our vast adventure to the Dark Side Bazaar, whatever the hell it was called, I wanted to check in with Whist, and I forgot because of the time passage between the game sessions where Ilarian definitely would have checked in with him, and I wanted to have him do it, and it completely slipped my mind. But the fact that Whist went to put himself or themselves in harm's way to lure that thing away because it was beating on the church is exactly what I'd hoped had happened. So to me, it already has been planted, and I hope they survive their little chase leading them all up and down the town, because I would hate for them to be killed, but at the same time, they are giving their lives in the sense of sacrificing for something greater. And I think Whist apparently has taken that to heart.
And were that not done, by the way, let me just say, had that not been done, and you did not do this with Whist, there would be no deputy, there would be no one coming to do that, and that you would have had to fight.
We'd be fighting inside a church.
And then you would get all the other assassins to come raining down on you at the same time with all of the people you got to protect behind you. So it's 100% the decisions of the party before that made it at least functionally possible that you could get out of that. So good work on that part.
And with a little, just a smidge of help from the GM. Yes. But yeah, folks, what is the movie? We got a fight on our hands. I can't remember where it comes from, but yeah, we got a fight on our hands. Exactly. It's high noon times 5 because we're not alone in this. So there's that. So if we just trust in each other, and yeah, the pack tactics, as Jen said, is that's why Ilarian was pushing it so hard. It's the only way we even have a chance to come out on top of this. And even then,
Yana is actually planning on running the opposite direction into the gray, because that seems to be the only safe place to be.
Devil dog, hellhounds, space rippers, whatever you call them.
Well, if you can convince
have a good time
them to fight for us,
they love cats.
Yeah,
they really, really love cats.
Great. I get to run a full separate combat session of Yana running from 50 death dogs in the gray. That'll be great. I look forward to having no viewers by the end of it, nor any interest in playing D&D. That'll be tremendous.
Well, Rob, let's see. Did you take that feat I showed you? Or did you take something else?
I actually didn't answer this at the beginning of the stream, so I'll say this now. I did not take that feat. I am going to take it the next opportunity I get, but okay. I needed to add to my... I closed all the windows. Hang on. I needed to add to my... internet. My constitution and my wisdom, I believe, because I had those, or one of essentially I added to ability scores that would have added another mod point to stuff that was on an odd number.
Level up.
So
yep, that makes sense.
So it's probably wisdom or dex or wisdom or constitution or something.
Okay. No, that's right. Yeah. I enjoyed this. I'm sure Trent would have done a boffo job playing Ilarian, but I just, most people don't really enjoy it when other people play their characters. And since I had the chance to come back, I'm glad I did. So, although now I'm starting to regret my decision. No, kidding. This is great. Terrifying, but great. Can't wait to see what we do in March. And hopefully we'll all come out of it in one piece, not pieces, in one piece. So, and for me, you can find me here. This is pretty much what I do. I'm sure Arv has talked about the Gray Shade Kickstarter, and I'll be involved in that. I already have been involved with that, and will be involved in that going forward.
Very exciting.
That fun stuff. Yeah. So,
you also have some very talented audiobook narrators here.
I do. At least 2 of them. So, there you go.
At least 2 of them that we know of.
I'll let you figure out which 2 is that. So there you go.
Always a pleasure, John. Thanks. Good stuff tonight. And I'm glad you were able to join us. And moving right on up the line, Marie, again, very good stuff from Merime today. There was a lot of stuff that Merime was needed for. First of all, obviously, we talked about the group chat thing. The fighting, I loved the freaking fight maneuver with the +2, like the little flourish at the end. Really was pretty cool. And you got to use your kinetic move very briefly, but you got to use it. And then move on from there. And you got to almost blow out the wall of a church. So, I mean, I would say that was all. It was
A full
all
day.
and
Very
destroy.
fulfilling.
It was a very full day. But no, obviously
Doing
Merime
the
was-
Lord's work. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, Merime was obviously quite effective in combat,
hold
and now is going to have a serious situation on Merime's hands. I was thinking about this, that a lot of the sort of speed that you might get from Yana or Merime, obviously Ilarian's tankiness is going to be important, and quite clearly Nisiana's healing. Tantan is going to be involved with trying to deal with his situation, so Tantan I'm going to leave off to the side for a moment. But Merime, your ability to be able to deal damage and to be able to move quickly, you need speed, right? And your ability to be able to move between things may be really critical in this fight to come. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I love tonight's session. It was very fun. So I'm just Merime steps on stage here. If you'll all give her a moment as I give you a little preview of what she's working on as they're running and linking everyone up. Okay, this is still very rough, so just, work with me.
Okay.
Screams, cries, holy crap, what the fuck? The fight for salvation is on. Sheriff's dead. Screw you, Dread struck. Fuckity fuck. Send us help, Eberron. It's very rough. There needs to be chords,
I like the liberal use of the F word. That's the best.
That she's working on it as she's running, she's linking. There's a lot going on. So we're working on it, And
Marie
she's also
cursing is one of the seven wonders of the world. Every time she breaks out a curse, an angel gets its wings.
I have, that's wonderful. There's going to be so many after this fight. I have several, I have pages of verses that I've done nothing with based on our, the epic that I'm working on, obviously, for our campaign. This is the first time the swear words are making it into it. So good job.
The metal remix
Greg.
on this is going to be badass. Like, I can't wait. Power chords all over the place. It's going to be great.
No.
We've hired
Double
Skrillex
bass.
to do the remix.
Exactly.
Of course.
There's gonna be some fuck, like it's and Dreadstroke didn't quite work with Fox, so that Dreadstruck is now his name.
I like that in the middle of it. It sounds like you're pissed off at having to say the name, and then you just switch it over to just like struck. But no, I'm just kidding because here's the other rhyme.
I'm working it.
This show is rapidly getting out of its PG-13 zone every time you continue to.
Yes, I understood that it would leave that we would be slightly outside the PG-13 in the name of this fight. I assume we will move back in that direction at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, you are
certainly
hilarious.
we will.
As long as nobody actually hears what happens in the
Such
great
a optimist you are.
13 by leap year age. There clearly.
Remember, you have to be older than 13 to be on Twitch. So
That's right. Sure.
lie about your age. No, I mean
And demonetized.
Again.
for all
The
time.
views of Darkside Rob do not represent the views of the Arvin Elrond channel.
So I enjoyed myself. Thank you. This will be a great chapter to the epic that is our campaign. Should we survive?
Should we survive? We have no faith in our DM anymore. It's just like you're trying to kill
about
us.
The DM. It's about you. You have to believe in
Yes,
yourself.
don't blame the messenger. Just blame the DM.
You are the change you seek. Marie, where will we see you next?
I don't know, here, I think.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going anymore. So I think here, it's going to be great whenever we play next. And I look forward to it. And you can find me on Twitter, on Facebook. I'm there once in a while. I'm very, very comfortable in my house right now. But find me there, come play, hang out, we'll chat, it'll be fun. I'm under my name everywhere because I'm not clever enough to come up with something else.
Always a pleasure,
God.
Marie. It's like, I realized everything.
You're not supposed to admit that, Marie. It's like,
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Marie. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Tren, so first of all, Tantan's work that was being done on the Oracle is obviously going to be extremely important since, Tantan, you are the only party member currently near the thing that everyone needs to keep. Like, everyone was like, we cannot let the Oracle fall. Everyone immediately got it. Like, we can't let them get the Oracle. And the only one who's actually with the Oracle right now is actually Tantan. But But it is going to be interesting because it means that you certainly heard that announcement as much as everybody else did, as we found out when Halar double-checked with you. So you were going to know that. The Grey Dogs are out trying to help now with the fight as well. But it seems like Tantan's got a lot to work through because, quick, fix this so that we can, make this portable in the next 10 minutes, as you were mentioning to me back channel, is that's not easy to do. So there's going to be pressure on you to figure out how to manage different aspects of the Oracle, maybe to protect yourself and to think about how you're going to manage things next. So I always worry about, not having people, if because of the situation, not actively involved, but it's kind of the way things broke down initially, and we'll see what happens as we go forward. So how'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I thought today was a blast. Partly because I just got to sit back for a lot of it and just watch. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there going, all right, so what would Tantan be doing now? Well, he'd probably have, this part of his thieves' tools and this part of his calligrapher's tools and this part of his, and like I'm figuring out which tools he got. And like the dragon mark tattoos are glowing through his sleeves as he's working to reconfigure something on either on the crossbow or on the bag of holding or on the Oracle, and he keeps glancing over at Sprocket like,
Poor Sprocket.
just flinch wrong,
So mean.
He feels they betrayed him.
I know. I'm not saying he's not wrong. He's correct. He's going to react how he's going to react. Absolutely.
Yeah. And he's this has the potential to be a situation where if the Grey Dogs don't do wrong by him, they might garner some, well, I won't say forgiveness,
but slight movement back in that kind of thing.
Pushing the needle back in the direction from killing you slowly to killing you fast. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I can just see over their slaughtered bodies. Well, I don't hate you as much as I used to.
Right. I'm sure if Eberron actually existed, he would forgive your souls.
He totally does.
Don't tell Nisian I said that. Which you can't because you're dead. Nisiana shows up. Nisiana shows up and is like, speak with dead. Fuck.
They're lying. Wherever they're saying they're lying.
Where will people see me next? Probably here on Tuesday, the day after President's Day.
What's that?
I know you were so passionate about it.
I'm not.
Is that a day off? Nice.
Some people.
Yeah.
It's true.
Some of us.
For a
No.
freelancer.
Yeah. I guarantee you there's some probably QA people at EA who are like, can we have President's Day off? And they're like, no. We got to hire 15 people to replace you who happily work that day. It's like, all right, do it. You do that, and your boss is like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, back here on Tuesday for Adventures in Middle Earth, just like not this shirt.
Yep.
Where I will be, we will be teaming up, myself and Brad Bollier, to make some amazing Beorning and Hobbit scenes.
Yes.
It'll be great.
You will not want to miss that. That's going to be slick. Good stuff. Tren, great work today. Everybody, great work today. It was a great pleasure. I really enjoyed it. And we have the fight for salvation, which I'm going to just continually say as a phrase because, I'm
going to say salivation at some point.
All the time. That's fine. Listen, that's better than
the fight for our salvation. I don't care about the town. I just want us to survive.
Dread, strike, dead, stroke. Anyway, but
Dread
it is a
Pirate
great
Roberts?
pleasure to have
What?
all of these people here. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of Infinity and Beyond? Thank you to Trendane Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to John Helfers, to Jennifer Brozek, and to Darkside Rob. Great work, players. I will see
Y'all
you
are
back
amazing.
here next month.
Thank you, chat.
Bye for now.
To March and beyond.
To March.
Bye, everybody.
and beyond. Okay. So, good stuff from everybody today. And I really, really enjoyed the different aspects of what we got to do here, role-play wise. That is going to be a complicated combat to run. It's not so much because of the sort of space involved, but because of the different elements, because you have to, in your head, keep straight the fact that you're going to have one thing happening, which is then likely to trigger other things that happen, right? And that means that you've then got to consider what they will do in response, and on it goes. So there's going to be a lot of stuff there that we will have to kind of collectively process and work together. But I am very excited for it. I think it's going to be great. And I am very excited to be able to show you the rest of what we've got going on here. For those of you who were new, and I know we had some new people stop in, first of all, welcome. And we do a lot of this sort of thing here. We run multiple campaigns every month. I myself run 5 separate campaigns, 3 here, Eberron, Esper Genesis, at Adventures in Middle-earth, along with 2 campaigns over on GOG.com's Twitch channel, D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and then I also run a Talisman Adventures game, which is not D&D, but is adjacent to it, another tabletop role-playing game. And I feature on here games from Bag of Giving, which is a charity organization with multiple different kinds of tabletop role-playing, occasionally D&D, but a lot of other different ones there too. And then also Speculate, which is my podcast that I co-host with Brandon O'Brien and Mike Underwood. We have a couple of actual play series, which have started right now with sort of Blades in the Dark stuff. Right now we're doing Girl by Moonlight, and then are going to be adding some new things in down the line. Mike is going to be GMing a Court of Blades campaign. Later on, later in the year, we are going to have a Beowulf campaign probably that is going to be run by myself on Speculate. So we've got a bunch of those things. Plus, we also host other things here like the D&D with viewers that we do once in a while. I actually had 3 consecutive months of that, doing that. We also had the Shadow Crew with Shadowed Mage as your DM. At some point that is going to return, and that's something which I don't run myself, that is just hosted here. Plus, of course, Soundclash the Clampdown, which is something you're going to see tomorrow if you come back. So we have a lot of tabletop roleplay here. I'm very proud of the players and the campaigns and the community that we built here. So if that sounds of interest to you, please join us for those things, and please spread the word. I really appreciate all the people who subbed and followed, and I really loved chat being invested in what was going on in the role play. That was great. And hopefully we'll get more and more people here and build that up over time so we can just spread the love and broaden the impact that we have. But in the meantime, I want to thank everyone for having been here for this evening. And we are, I think, going to do a raid today because it is relatively early. It's just hit midnight, so I think that's relatively okay. So I am going to raid somebody. Let me just see who I've got here that I can do that with. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I see. Okay, yes, I know exactly who we're going to raid. That'll be great. So, yes, so please stick around for the raid. The way the raids work are very simple. If you're not a sub, you just do this when you are brought over automagically to the place that we're going to be raiding. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Soon, TM. No, I know. Arvany Hype, and then the Arvanauts have landed in the Twitch raid. Arvany Roar, you can Arvany Smug, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Blown, Arvany Love, all the Arvanys. When you are brought over there automagically, it's good for the channel that we raid, and it's good for us too. So please consider sticking around for the raid. That would be lovely. Also, in terms of supporting us here on the channel, it would be great if you could follow the channel. If you could check out our YouTube with !ArvTube and subscribe to us over there. It doesn't cost you anything over there, but it really helps us out. We're trying to get more and more people on. If we can get up to 1,000 subscribers, that would really help us out. It will give us a lot of flexibility in terms of monetizing the channel and elsewhere. We're up to about 810 subs right now, so only 190 to go, so we're closing in. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ArvTweets is my Twitter. You can follow me over there. I'll always post when I'm going live and about other various things relating to writing, gaming, teaching, streaming, music, and game mastering, occasionally a little bit of politics over there as well, some family stuff. That's !ArvTweets. Website for this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. If you'd like to get this shirt, Infinity and Beyond, that Trent and I were wearing tonight, or an Adventures in Middle-earth shirt, you can get that stuff over at the merchandise area that supports us. Also, the Patreon right there, !ArvTreon, also supports us. We'd love to get that above 200. We can get some channel goals met, and you also get some cool individual stuff for you, as well as some positive stuff for the channel. So please consider doing that. You can also get inspirations to help our players in their tabletop campaigns, and you can do that as well if you subscribe to the channel, as so many of you did, or gifted subs tonight. So again, Thank you for all of those who did that this evening. Subbing to the channel is great, and you get those custom sub badges and emotes as well. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, exclamation point Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Alligator Alley and Athos together will be creating my Greyshade Kickstarter, exclamation point Greyshade KS. Very excited for that, involving books, any tabletop role-playing game, and an audiobook from one Mr. Trendane Sparks. That's going to be launching in June. May 31st is the publication date of Greyshade, the first novel, and then the last 2 books in that series and the tabletop game and the audiobook will be part of the Kickstarter, which launches 2 weeks after that. So very excited about that. And we've got, let's see, and then we've got, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. I want to thank my wonderful mods who are the best in the business. Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Triffity Mats. Thank you so much. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers. Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Darkside Rob, Nonstop, Prince Justin, Radio Johnny Panda, Thordax Mommy, and Trendane. Special thanks again tonight to Prince Justin for gifting several subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Very generous of you. And thanks for all those supporters. And thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Abjuni, Black Fury, Cinder XP, Crit Twitch, It's the Fritz. Thank you to Katie Na, Light and Passion. Thank you to Lord H-Bomb. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Lord. I'm really glad you said that. I'm glad you feel that way. And I'm welcome in is what I can say. We're very happy to have people as a part of what I think is one of the better communities here. So thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you to, I'm glad you heard your name. I said it last night too. Thank you to Midso. Thank you to Okiron. Thank you to Optic Nerve. What's up, Optic? And thank you to Timaeus. And yes, remember, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, is Soundclash the Clampdown. You'll definitely want to be back here for that because that's going to be cool as well. That is going to do it for me, folks. I'm out of here. I will see you folks tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday for Soundclash the Clampdown. Until then, everyone, please stick around for the raid. Be good to each other. And suddenly a sub. Arudnell is gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord H-Bomb. See, Arudnell did not need to do that, but Arudnell is extremely generous. And Lord H-Bomb, welcome officially to the subscriber ranks of the Arvanauts. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the emotes and all that good stuff. And so I have so many generous people in here. So thank you again for the gift subs and all that stuff. Special thanks today as well, besides all the generous people. Thank you so much to my players. Thank you to Trendane. Thank you to Rob. Thank you to John. Thank you to Jen. And thank you to Marie for great work. Much pleasure for everybody. And thanks, everyone. Love you all. Be good. And I will catch you folks soon. Be good to each other. Bye for now.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Braylon's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.